What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Wednesday, January 7th. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you may be tuning in from. If it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available online, sportstalk1051.com. You can download the app, take us on the go. Video stream also up and rolling here this morning. If you're just waking up and getting going, again, big thanks for making us a part of your start here on this Wednesday morning. What do we have on our game plan for us as we are at the midweek? Well, we'll continue to chat some Packers and Bears to lead up to our playoff matchup on Saturday night. So we'll continue kind of deep diving into some main keys to victory for the Packers. We've been kind of highlighting one each day here and kind of doing a little bit of a deep dive into this. So we'll continue that and continue to, again, these are just, in my opinion, some of the biggest keys to victory for the Pack. So we'll get to that. Packers having a little bit of a walkthrough, jog-through type of practice yesterday, and also got our first injury report for the game on Saturday. And honestly, it might be one of the healthiest we've actually seen when it comes to the green and gold. The only player to not practice yesterday was Bo Melton. So he was the only one to not practice. Everybody else at least did something. So again, it was participation reports are based off an estimation and such. So, but Bullard would have been limited. You got Matthew Golden popping up on there too with an Achilles, but he was listed as a full participant and such. So, other news: Packers already moving on from Clayton Tune, and they added Desmond Ridder to the active roster from their practice squad. So, I don't know what that's all about, but hey, it is what it is at this point. Maybe it's a little bit more too with kind of looking at next year, because I think we all assume that Malik Willis is probably going to get a payday from somewhere else. So why not try the same thing with Desmond Ridder for next year? You know what I mean? So, but plenty of green and gold chats coming your way here this morning. Yesterday, though, in the NFL circles, perhaps the biggest news of the day: John Harbaugh out with the Baltimore Ravens. So another head coach opening, and it's a big one as the Ravens moving on from Mr. John Harbaugh. I would imagine that's got to be the best job available for prospective head coaches now. So I would imagine, too, with Harbaugh, he probably moves towards the top of the list for a lot of teams looking for a new head coach. Giants have definitely been mentioned as a possibility. I don't know if Cleveland, would he stay in the division and such? Atlanta got some pieces. Arizona would be interesting, going to kind of a rebuild situation, I guess, for that. But, I mean, heck, if the Raiders are interested in him, then he could go in the same division as his brother and that. But that'll definitely be, two-part. Where does Harbaugh go? Because all accounts, all reports out there say that he wants to coach this year. His agent has already said that he has received multiple phone calls about his client. And, again, that, we'll see. That could be agent speaking that, but I would imagine that there's definitely probably a few franchises, a few teams that would be interested in bringing in Mr. Harbaugh to be their head coach. So, but now it would be interesting too. Where do the Ravens go? Do they, because they've only had 3 coaches in their history too. Do they go offense? Do they go defense? Remember, Harbaugh was like a special teams coordinator and such. So I'm kind of fascinated to see what the direction they go. You think about Ravens and you think about defense. Would they go with a Brian Flores? Would they go with a Jesse Minter? Would they go offense to maybe kind of get the most out of a Lamar Jackson style offense. So I'm definitely curious to see where they go, because I think this is a team too that's ready to win now. They're built to win now. So do they want to go maybe with somebody who's a little bit more proven, or would they go with a little bit of an unproven type of hire? So definitely curious to see where that one kind of all plays out and such. So plenty of football talk here this morning. Lots of hoops chat to get to. Badger basketball picking up a nice win last night against UCLA. Badgers jumping out to a 14-point lead at the half, but picking up their 10th victory to improve to 10-5 with that 80-72 victory over UCLA. Nolan Winter contributing 18 points. Nicholas Boyd doing his thing with 20 points. Nice bounce back for John Blackwell. 17 points in 39 minutes of action. So Badgers picking up a nice win before their big game coming up on Saturday, where they'll take on number 2 Michigan. So Marquette's also in action tonight. Marquette not off to a great start this season, 5-10 overall. So they're going to be going up against Xavier tonight. It's a little bit more in our neck of the woods. We've got both blue gold basketball teams in action, both top 25 teams in action. They'll be taking on both the men's and women's teams are going to be taking on Platteville. Stout, meanwhile, will be taking on River Falls. So Bucks are also back in action tonight. And this is where it really gets interesting on this stretch. Milwaukee Bucks will be taking on the Golden State Warriors tonight, 9 p.m., so it's going to be a late game. But the Bucks, 16-20 on the season so far, looking to get back up into the standings. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough with this upcoming schedule that the Bucks have with this West Coast trip. Right now, the Bucks are tied with Atlanta for that 10th spot. Actually, Atlanta holds a slight advantage with the win percentage, because both Atlanta and the Bucks are 11 games back. But Atlanta is 17-21, which is a 4.47 win percentage. Milwaukee 16-20, which is a 4.44 win percentage. So we'll hit up this game and kind of chat about it here a little bit later on. It is Wednesday, so we'll do a Am I Wrong? Give me your Am I Wrong opinions, statements. You know, am I wrong for thinking this? Am I wrong for saying that's sports related? So maybe some of you have, am I wrong for thinking John Harbaugh would be an upgrade over Matt LaFleur? Am I wrong for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Best ones I'll read on the air. I'll throw it out to the rest of our armchair MVPs, get their opinions, get their takes on it and such. So send those puppies on over. All right. Kind of doing something a little bit new here too. We'll do some midweek grades and such. So I'll open it up to you. If you want to pick a team, you want to pick a player, you want to pick anything in the sports world, okay? That's you just kind of want to maybe attach. We do grades every so often, like after the quarter and that. But let's do a little bit of a midweek progress report type of thing. So if you want to give some grades to somebody or something out there, it could be outside of your favorite teams, and let's have a little fun with this. All right. I'll throw some examples out there coming up a little bit later on and such. But if you got something that you want to throw out there, maybe it is Badger basketball. Hey, I'm going to give them a C, for the past week, falling to Purdue, but picking up a nice win. Maybe it's the Bucks for their last couple games. I'll give them a B, but they still need to be improved on when it comes to defense and such. So, stuff like that. So we'll get to that throughout the morning here too. So that's your game plan for us this morning. Let's jump right into it, shall we? We'll lead things off with another deep dive into a key to victory for Packers versus Bears as we continue to preview this upcoming game between the Packers and the Bears. So we'll touch on that and get to my third key to victory. All right. We'll take our first break and get things going here this morning. Hit me up with those texts, all right? 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. Quick break. We'll be back after these few words. Countdown is on to Saturday night. Packers-Bears, 7 p.m. Getting a little bit closer. Just a few more days here, peeps, and we'll get to it. Each day we've been kind of highlighting a key to victory for the Packers taking on the Bears here and kind of doing a little bit of a deep dive into this thing. So, first day we talked a little bit about red zone offense for the Packers, having to come away with touchdowns instead of settling for field goals, having to be better in the red zone, having to take advantage, right? If you get down in there, got to get those touchdowns. It almost bit the Lions in the butts on Sunday. And you look at the two games between the Packers and the Bears, you can see the same thing. Yesterday, we talked about stopping the run for the Packers defense. I mean, that's you're going up against the third best rushing team in all of the National Football League. And obviously, I think that Baltimore game is still fresh in the minds of a lot of Packers fans, and over 300 yards rushing. Today, I think I want to kind of dive into a key to victory that is going to be kind of tough to come by, I think, in some instances here. But I want to talk a little bit about winning the turnover battle, because you look at this Chicago defense. You hear the phrase bend, don't break a lot when it comes to Chicago, right? Giving up some yards, but when they get to that red zone area, they keep teams out of the end zone. This is also a team that is number one in the NFL in interceptions. Okay? Number one in interceptions. And when you talk about turnover differential, they are also number one in the entire league. 22. They're plus 22. The next closest team is the Houston Texans at 17. Okay? So, I mean, they take the ball away, and they've got the best turnover differential. And, I mean, 7 interceptions. That's tied for the fewest, actually, with Green Bay and Philadelphia. Okay? They've only fumbled the ball 4 times this year. Only 2 teams have done a better job at that, Kansas City and Houston. So when you talk about total giveaways, Chicago's number one. They've only given the ball away 11 times. And you're talking about total takeaways, too. Their tops, 33, 10 fumble recoveries, 23 interceptions. Chicago can get the football on the defensive side. They may give up some yards. And when you look at it, they're towards the bottom of the league in yards. There's only 3 teams that finish the regular season averaging more yards on defense than the Chicago Bears. Dallas, Cincinnati, and Washington. Chicago, 361.8 yards per game. Okay? They give up points, or they give up yards. They give up some points here, too, 24.4. It's not top 10 or anything like that in the league. In fact, Green Bay is 21.2. But it's an opportunistic defense from Chicago that knows how to get that football. And the offense, I mean, you kind of got to give them credit, too. They don't turn the ball over. So, Packers offense, there's a couple things to take away from this. If you're the Packers offense, obviously, don't turn the ball over. And they've done a fairly decent job of that, right? I mean, we just went through it interceptions-wise. Okay, they do a fairly good job at that. In terms of total giveaways this year, Green Bay has, let me bring it up here. They're third best in the league, 13. So Chicago's the best at 11. Green Bay, third best. The difference between Green Bay and Chicago has been 2 fumbles this year. So Green Bay has done a good job with that. The thing is, though, is the takeaways from the defensive side for Green Bay. And we opened up the season, I think, with high expectations when it came to this Green Bay defense in terms of takeaways. Because that is a priority. That has been hammered home that it is a priority for this Packers defense to take the football away. And when you compare it to last year to this year, there has been a drop-off. Last year, Green Bay was 4th in the league in total takeaways. Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Buffalo were ahead of them. Green Bay had 31 takeaways. In terms of interceptions, Green Bay was 3rd best. Minnesota, Houston. Green Bay tied actually with Pittsburgh for 3rd best. They had 17 interceptions. That was last year. To this year, when you look at total takeaways, Green Bay's defense is towards the bottom. There's only 5 teams that had, actually fewer than that because Green Bay's tied here. The Jets, the Commanders, and the Cowboys, 3 teams had fewer takeaways than the Packers. Jets, by the way, this is mind-boggling. They didn't have a single pick. Think about that. A team, especially when your head coach is a defensive-minded head coach who used to play in the secondary, they didn't have a darn takeaway or a darn interception all season long. Their only takeaway was 4 fumbles. I didn't even know that was possible to not have an interception all season long on your defense. But the Jets did it. Just kind of scrolling. Who's the... I got it just really quick. Get sidebar here. Yeah, I mean, San Francisco's the next, Tennessee's the next, and Dallas is the next with 6 interceptions. Man. Anyways, so Green Bay is tied with the likes of Denver. Denver's a good defense. They get after the quarterback. They're sacks. Green Bay is tied with Tennessee and Denver and Kansas City with just 14 total takeaways. 7 interceptions, 7 fumble recoveries. So 14 total takeaways. Last year, Green Bay had 31. In a team that last year their goal was want to lead the league in takeaways, want to lead the league in interceptions. And all, training camp and preseason, we heard about this turnover button where a turnover alarm or something like that. It's a priority. And for whatever reason, it hasn't worked out. Is it corners? Is it team? I think part of it is teams very aware of where Xavier McKinney is now. Last year, McKinney balling out, getting those picks. I think offenses probably a little bit more aware of where Agent X is back there, number 29. But Green Bay has not gotten the amount of turnovers they want on defense that we'd like to see on our team, given our offense more extra possessions. So I look at this type of game where, okay, you've got 2 offenses that don't turn the ball over often. I mean, they're 2 of the best in the league in the regular season at not turning the ball over. But then you look at these 2 defenses, and Chicago's the best at forcing those turnovers, and Green Bay's defense towards the bottom. That's why it is going to be, in my opinion, a big-time key to victory for Green Bay to, 1, not turn that ball over on offense, not allow that Chicago defense to get their turnovers, but also can this Packers defense somehow, some way, maybe manufacture a couple turnovers themselves? Can they do it? I mean, odds are, if you look at it from all the games in the regular season, it's been a tough going. They haven't had a ton of success. But if they can somehow win this turnover battle in this game, and to keep that Chicago offense on the sidelines and give your own offense maybe a couple extra possessions, that could be the difference. That could make the difference in this game. So I think when you kind of look at the three keys to victory that, we've kind of talked about already, they kind of interlock with each other. The first key, scoring those touchdowns in that red zone. Well, if you get a turnover, try to capitalize on those turnovers and make it, points off of turnovers. We see those stats quite a bit, right? Turnovers, they don't help you a whole lot if you get it and you 3 and out and you punt. You want to capitalize on those turnovers. You want to capitalize on that momentum. You want to reward your defense for getting you the ball back. And we talk about stopping the run. One of the best ways of stopping a run, don't have that offense on the field. Taking the ball away from them. See how they kind of all interlock and feed off each other a little bit. But I think if you're Green Bay and you can get a couple picks somehow, some way, you got to take advantage of that. And if you take advantage of that and you put up some points right away and that leads to, maybe 10 points. Let's say somehow you get 2 picks in the first half and you get 10 points off that. That's a win. That's a major, major, major boost. All right, we got to take a quick break here. So we'll do that. But we'll talk some more Packers-Bears coming up after these quick words. Looking for quality used auto parts? Well, look no further than ASAP Used Auto Parts and Conrad's Salvage. They've got you covered. From engines and transmissions to tires, batteries, and more, they've got the parts that you need. Friendly, knowledgeable staff that make it simple so that you can get back on the road quickly. From salvage to service, one name you can trust. Check them out today over at let me get you because they've combined Conrad's and ASAP Used Auto Parts. But Conrad's Auto and Salvage, E9889 10th Avenue in Mondovi. All right, that's East 9889 10th Avenue in Mondovi. You can also check out their website, conradsautosalvage.com. C-Bomb coming in with a quick text. If I'm Harbaugh, I'm going to New York. Young stud, quarterback, superstar wide receiver on a rookie deal. 2 young running backs, top 10 draft pick. A lot of talent on the defensive side, led by Burns. Their arrow is pointing straight up, and I think Harbaugh could change that franchise. I think the only thing for me, though, if I'm Harbaugh, I may want a different general manager in place. Maybe I think Harbaugh he's one of those guys, one of those coaches out there that may be able to kind of sway that decision, if you will. That's the one thing that would make me nervous about the Giants situation. We kind of touched on it yesterday, and I don't need to completely rehash it, but it's like the Giants one would be number one for me if it wasn't for the general manager situation. I mean, you've got a general manager there that has made questionable decisions over the years, and I feel like he's already on the hot seat. And if you're a head coach coming in and say you get off to a slow start or the first year, isn't really up to snuff in that, GM's going to be probably going to be gone. And if that's the case, then is the head coach going to be gone after that because a new general manager is going to come in and maybe want his own guy or such? So that would be the only thing is if I'm Harbaugh, I'd probably try to play a little hardball and maybe get my own general manager in place. But I think, when you look at a lot of the teams there, what are some of the better fits? I think it is probably the Giants. I'd probably throw Atlanta in there too. I'd be curious, does this change the Dolphins' mindset? I saw the Dolphins a little bit yesterday kind of mention, because we know Ross, their owner, he's a Michigan man. When Jim Harbaugh was rumored out there, the Dolphins were always kind of mentioned as a possibility for Jim Harbaugh. So it's just, I don't know if Harbaugh would be one of those, would John Harbaugh kind of change the decision for the Dolphins to keep Mike McDaniel? But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to kind of follow this one. But I did see, too, by the way, a few minutes ago, Schefter saying Mike McCarthy is going to be interviewing with the Giants next week. So Mike McCarthy getting back in on the interview trend. That would be something. I don't never say never, but can you imagine Mike McCarthy if he's the Giants head coach? I mean, he starts his career as head coach of the Packers, one of the iconic franchises, one of the one of the oldest franchises. And then goes to the Cowboys, again, another iconic franchise. And then say he goes to the Giants, talk about another one of the pillar franchises. I don't think there's another head coach that would have that on their resume. I kind of think it's a long shot, but never say never, I guess. So I'm definitely curious. I do think. Okay, so I'll just throw it out there. I know I'm opening up a can of worms, and it is what it is. But if you're a Packers fan, would you rather have John Harbaugh, over Matt LaFleur? It's going to be talked about. It's going to be talked about. It's already talked about. It's already on social media. So we might as well just throw it out there right now. Would you rather have John Harbaugh than Matt LaFleur? Because if we believe his agent, if we believe the reports out there, if we believe the talk out there, there's some teams who still have a head coach that now are kind of contemplating this. Would they rather bring in John Harbaugh than what they have currently at head coach? And a lot of you right now, you've probably had this discussion with some of your buddies, maybe in a texting thread. So just to look at his resume, John Harbaugh in 18 years. He's got a .614 winning percentage in the regular season. He's got one Super Bowl appearance, one Super Bowl win. That was back in 2012. He is 13-11 with a .542 win percentage in the postseason. 180 wins, 113 losses in the regular season. Let's compare that. It's not a greatest comparison, but since we're throwing numbers out here, this is what LaFleur has. Regular season, a .654 winning percentage, 76 wins, 40 losses, one tie. Playoffs, .375 win percentage. That's the big one, right? Just 8 games compared to Harbaugh's 24 playoff games. We'll do kind of an informal poll, I guess, on this. Make the case. Maybe this is your Am I Wrong? Your Wednesday Am I Wrong? If you knew, if you were Brian Gutekunst or Ed Policy or whoever is going to be making this decision, and through back channel communications, right? Back channel communications, you knew that Harbaugh would take that job. Do you do it? Over LaFleur? I'm going to put you on the spotlight. I'm going to put you on the spotlight. C-Bomb says, absolutely not. All the Matt LaFleur slander needs to stop. He has done nothing but bring this team to the playoffs every single year. Harbaugh in 18 seasons won a single Super Bowl. In 11 more seasons, I will bet that LaFleur will have one as well. This goes back to entitlement. Green Bay is one of a few number of teams that has been in the playoffs each of the last 3 seasons. LaFleur is proving consistency. He does it with his quarterback, missing games every single season. He manages through injuries and questionable draft picks. He's easy to get frustrated with when we lose, but look at the big picture. He is a phenomenal coach. So we got one saying absolutely not. I know there's some of you, though, that would do it. So tell me why. Tell me why. All right. Take a quick break. Our final break already, cruising through the first hour. So give you some time to hit me up with your opinions on that one. I know you got them. I know it's crossed your mind. I've been waiting for it ever since the Harbaugh news came down yesterday. All right, we'll be back after these quick words. When it comes to firearms for hunting, experience matters, and that's exactly what you'll find at Tilden Gun. Locally owned and trusted by sportsmen across the Chippewa Valley, Tilden Gun offers a wide selection of firearms, ammunition, optics, and accessories for hunters, shooters, and outdoor enthusiasts of all experience levels. Whether you're getting ready for deer season, upgrading your home protection, or just looking for expert advice, the knowledgeable staff at Tilden Gun takes the time to answer your questions and to help you find exactly what you need without the pressure. They also offer a used selection over there too, wide used selection. So quality products, honest service, real experience. That's why generations of customers continue to choose Tilden Gun. We've got Pete that says, I'm fine to let Harbaugh coach special teams, but not head coach. His teams flame out in the playoffs like LaFleur, so would not want him as head coach. I don't think you're going to get him for special teams. So Mark says, I'm with C-Bomb. No way. Why upset the whole apple cart? We have a pretty good thing going on right now. C-Bomb also chiming in saying, let's not forget that the 2 seasons leading up to LaFleur being there, Rodgers was on the decline and people were questioning if he still had it. LaFleur helped Rodgers have his best QBR rating of his career and third best QBR rating of his career in 2 seasons. After that, he has gone down. Yes, age has something to do with that, but LaFleur got the best out of him. LaFleur took Jordan in his first year starting and went to the playoffs and he has done so since with the youngest roster in the league 2 years in a row. I don't understand why he does not get the credit that he deserves. I'm with you, dude. I mean, I feel like we're kind of beating a dead horse at this thing. I saw it. To me, it's similar to the beginning stages of like Mike McCarthy's career in Green Bay. I saw somebody on social media yesterday, and this is the thing I just roll my eyes at when Mike McCarthy inherited prime Aaron Rodgers, and I'm like, stop. I mean, really? It to me, like, C-Bomb, fair or unfair, how you just described what LaFleur did with Rodgers at the back end of his career and, the beginning of Jordan Love's, I feel like that's also the same with Mike McCarthy when he came in. A team that was 4-12. Favre, is he going to retire? Is he not going to retire? Aaron Rodgers, just 1 year, under his belt as a backup. Kind of got that thing going. Remember the whole 2007 season. Kind of got to the NFC Championship game. Really developed Aaron Rodgers. I think Mike McCarthy deserves a ton of credit for developing Aaron Rodgers. And then LaFleur kind of follows the same thing, doesn't he? A little bit. Because you're right. There was a lot of people saying, okay, is Aaron done? LaFleur, this young head coach, comes in, kind of resurrects Rodgers' career a little bit, extends it maybe a little bit, helps mold a quarterback like Jordan Love. I get it. I don't understand some of the vitriol or the hate or the animosity or whatever you want to describe it to a guy like LaFleur. I don't. And I get it. It's a prove it now type of business. It's what have you done for me lately sort of thing. And I get it. Like LaFleur and Sean McDermott, I think this stat is correct. I saw it. I'll have to double check it. Are the longest tenured coaches to not go to a Super Bowl. I'll have to double check that, but I saw that online. So it kind of boggles my mind. It really does. And I don't know if it's just because it's straight up. It's a new president. It's ed policy. So there's a little bit of unknown. Did it kind of spiral out of control when he said no extensions this year when he still had 2 years left? I don't know. And maybe that just kind of got it going here a little bit. What about the rest of you? I know there's some of you. Don't be shy. All right, don't be shy. But would you rather have John Harbaugh instead of Matt LaFleur as the head coach of the Green Bay Packers? Let me know. All right, you can hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. We'll get back to some more green and gold chats, especially leading up to this Bears game throughout the morning here. So it is Wednesday, so don't forget to give me your Am I Wrongs. All right, give me a sports take, give me a sports opinion where you would say, am I wrong? Am I wrong for thinking that? Am I wrong? All right. I know you got some. Don't be shy. Send those on over. All right. We'll get to some more throughout the program here. We'll talk some hoops. We'll talk some hoops coming up here in a little bit, too. Really quick, I want to get this in from C-Bomb. Your McCarthy analysis is spot on. Prime Aaron Rodgers, are you kidding? Remember, McCarthy was responsible for changing his mechanics before he ever got a shot to start. Rodgers, as we know today, may never have been Rodgers. Had he been drafted by San Francisco, we might be talking about the greatness of Alex Smith. I'm curious to hear people's reasoning why they want Harbaugh, and I know they're out there. I saw all kinds of it on the X. Wasn't it? I'm trying to think before LaFleur got hired, who was the one coach, veteran coach? Was it a little bit of a Tomlin? I can't remember. I thought there was like a veteran coach out there too that people were clamoring for. I can't remember who it is off the top of my head. So, no, I'm curious to hear reasonings too. And I don't think it's a knock on Harbaugh by any means. I don't. I think Harbaugh is still a very good coach, and I think he can do some good things for a franchise like the Giants. I think he could bring a lot of credibility and stability, but I'm curious. All right, we'll finish up with Morgan. Good morning, Morgan.
All right, I'll give you a Wednesday. Am I wrong?
Okay.
People don't care about the Winter Olympics. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Okay.
No.
Because they're starting like the whole amp up on TV about we're going to go, they coverage wall to wall.
Yeah.
And they're acting real excited about it and on location. And I'm like, I don't think anybody cares about the Winter Olympics. Sorry if you do, but.
I'm not a big Olympics person.
Yeah. I mean, unless you're on that stage. I mean, do you know anybody in your life that's a legit Olympics fan? I mean, I know Luke Anthony gets into it. But, like, do you know anybody in your circle that is...
It may get to it when we get to, like, hockey, if we get the USA-Canada game.
Okay.
Then that or maybe some soccer stuff. But
you're talking, summer games even over winter games, I think. Going deep into the Winter Olympics would be a...
I think what hurts Winter Olympics is just the timing because there's other stuff going on, too.
March Madness coming up.
Well,
and
March
people are
and,
focused on
football's kind of just wrapped up.
Yeah,
basketball's going on. Hockey's still going on. Where in the summer, it's just pretty much baseball.
So you're saying, like, if there was nothing around the Winter Olympics, it might be... But that's like saying you're the best-looking guy in Minong. Like, it really has more to do with the law of comparison than it does with deep
I
interest.
really hope we have people from Minong listening right now and taking offense to that. So.
Hey, I'm just saying. It's as an example.
Yeah.
So it's National Bobblehead Day. I know you're a Funko guy.
Yeah.
But if we were going to look at the bobblehead shelf, I'm going to have a few questions for you, and then I have a question to ask you, too. But just in general... What giveaway sparked the modern bobblehead craze? It happened in 1999.
What bobble? So the bobblehead?
The bobblehead that they gave away that
So
kind of
who it
sparked
was?
the craze. Yeah, do you know?
Who it was?
Yep, it's in 99.
All right. So I'm trying to think of, what is it, an athlete?
Okay, so 40th anniversary at Candlestick Park.
Was it Montana?
Nope, San Francisco Giants, Willie Mays.
Oh, okay.
That was the one that kind of
All right.
started it all. So
Interesting.
And Milwaukee has the Hall of Fame, the Bobblehead Hall of Fame, so it's local there.
Yep.
Now, what does Funko use for its bobblehead line? Because you're a Funko guy. Do you know what they're called?
No.
Wacky Wobblers.
Oh, geez.
Did you not know that?
I did not know that. No.
Okay, first sports bobblehead giveaway then. What was the first major U.S. sports bobblehead giveaway? Not at a game, like to get people in the stadium, like the Willie Mays one, but like what was the actual sports edition? Do you happen to know?
Is it baseball?
It is baseball.
Okay.
Yep. A generic set for each MLB team. 1960.
Wow.
That's right.
Wow.
So you pick right now bobblehead that you do not have that you want to see made. Sports figure has
That
to
I want to see be made?
Yep, it has to be sports.
Because there's one made, and I can't afford it.
What is it?
It's a Don Hudson one that the NFL did for a 100-year anniversary.
Oh, okay.
It's $100, and I just, no.
someday.
Can't do it. Yeah, maybe someday. Okay. So, all right. Thanks, Morgs.
Anytime.
1 and 3 more to go. We'll be back. All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Wednesday morning, halfway through the week, making the turn on the week here. Continue to send me your Am I Wrongs. Hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. You can also chime in on the YouTube video stream if you'd rather do that. So we'll get to those throughout the morning here. We've got some hoops chat. Bucks are going to be back in action, taking on the Golden State Warriors tonight as their West Coast trip continues. So, yeah, we'll talk a little hoops with that. Badger basketball picked up a nice win against UCLA for their 10th win last night, proving to 10-5. Next up on the docket for the Badger basketball team is going to be their game against Michigan on Saturday, second-ranked Michigan. So, Badgers 80-72, a little bit of a more in our area for college hoops-wise. We've got both the Blue Gold men's and women's teams, both ranked in the top 25. They're going to be taking on Platteville. And then Stout, meanwhile, will be taking on, both their teams are going to be taking on River Falls. So I know Eau Claire for the men's side looking to bounce back after falling to Stevens Point. Women's team picking up a win against Stevens Point this past weekend to begin WIAC play. So let's, what do we got? Do I have, I thought I had another text in there. No. So, all right. The kind of question we're just throwing out there to kind of gauge Packers fans at this point in time is, would you rather have John Harbaugh over Matt LaFleur? I know there's some of you out there. All right, don't be shy to give your opinion. If you think there is, if you think you'd rather have John Harbaugh than Matt LaFleur, tell us why. All right, tell us why. Hit me up with that text. If you don't want that, also tell me why, or say you don't want that. Kind of an informal poll here this morning. There's plenty of people, at least on social media, that want that to happen. So I'm kind of curious. Why do you? Maybe the question is, if you do want Harbaugh, why do you think that is an upgrade over Matt LaFleur? And this isn't a knock on John Harbaugh by any means. It's not. But do you think, if you're going to make a move like that, then you obviously feel like it is a major upgrade. So would you call it a major upgrade? Yay or nay? Packers did a walkthrough practice yesterday, so the injury report is based off an estimation, but fairly healthy. You had only one player who was labeled as a did not participate, a DNP, and that was Bo Melton. Otherwise, everybody else was at least limited or full. If you're looking at it from the Bears side of things, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was a DNP going through concussion protocol, but Roma Dunze was listed as a limited participant. So if there is probably a player from the Bears side of things to pay attention to see if they're going to be back out on the field is Roma Dunze. Why John Gruden? Coach V chime in. Why John Gruden? What would John Gruden bring to the table? And I know we've talked about John Gruden and such here too, but I mean, this is a guy that's got a barely 500 over 500 win percentage. And he's been to 9 playoff games in 15 years. Matt LaFleur has been to 8 and 7. So why John Gruden? I'm curious to what's it about John Gruden that would make it a major upgrade or an upgrade over Matt LaFleur? Couple more texts here saying anybody who wants a different coach over Matt LaFleur. I don't have a name for this texter. So anybody who wants a different coach over Matt LaFleur is just an entitled fan. He is one of the better quarterback molders in the game, one of the better offensive minds in the game. There's no way there is a coach out there that's available that I would rather have over LaFleur. And I think probably that's probably the key part in that too. We got to throw it there, available, right? I mean, I don't want to get into, would you rather have Kyle Shanahan over Matt LaFleur? Would you rather have Sean McVay, Andy Reid, that sort of thing? Well, I don't want to get into that. We're talking about like guys who are actually available. Guys who are actually available. So keep those coming. All right, we'll get back to that coming up a little bit later on. First hour, we kind of talked a little bit about some of the keys to victory. We've been kind of honing in on one key to victory for the Packers throughout this week. Monday, we started it off talking about red zone offense, scoring touchdowns instead of field goals. We yesterday talked about stopping the run and such. My third one for today that we kind of deep dived at the beginning of the program was the turnovers, winning the turnover battle. And you hear everybody talk about that. You hear everybody talk about winning the turnover battle. But when you look at these two teams, it's kind of an interesting comparison between the two because both offenses do not turn the ball over. They're two of the best in the league at not turning the ball over, whether it's interceptions or fumbles. Both teams, 7 interceptions. Green Bay just has 1 more fumble, 4, whereas Chicago had 3. Chicago's defense allows a lot of yards, allows more points than Green Bay, but what's the one thing that they are the best at in the entire National Football League? It's the thing that Green Bay's defense wants to be, and they're not. And it's turnovers. It's interceptions. Chicago's defense is an opportunistic defense. Getting those interceptions. Taking the football away. They're tops in turnover differential. They're tops in interceptions. This is something that Green Bay wants to be. They have been vocal about it. That has been a goal of theirs. Going back to last year, a Jeff Hafley-led defense wants to lead the league in turnovers. So Green Bay, for whatever reason this year, has struggled at that. I mean, we're not talking about just a couple or a few from what they were in 2024. We're talking about a major drop in interceptions and takeaways. Part of it could be, hey, maybe more teams are avoiding Xavier McKinney. You know, Xavier McKinney last year felt like he was getting a pick every single game. Started off the season that way. This year, numbers are down. Teams may be a little bit more aware of Agent X back there and a little bit more aware of where 29's at. But numbers don't lie. And right now, the numbers easily showcase that this Packers defense does not take the ball away, at least to the same level as they were last year. So if Green Bay's defense can somehow, and this is an advantage for Chicago because their offense doesn't give the ball away and their defense does take the ball away. So it's going to be very hard for Green Bay, again, if you look at it from the numbers, to try to take this ball away. But if they get those opportunities and if they come away with the interception, capitalize on it. If they get a couple turnovers, capitalize on it. Turn it into points. Don't just get the pick and then go 3 and out and you get nothing in return. Capitalize on those opportunities because it has been incredibly rare for any team going up against this Bears team. And then obviously on the flip side, if you're the Packers offense, continue what you've been doing for the most part of the season. Don't turn the ball over. Don't give those extra possessions to that Chicago team. It is the one thing that Bears defense does really well. So don't play into their hands. Don't give that ball away. Don't throw that pick. Don't fumble that ball into the goal by the goal line. You can move the ball against this Bears defense. Between the 20s, you can move that football. It's just trying to score on them in the red zone and not turning the ball over is the biggest kind of issues right now. So far, those are my top 3 keys to victory. Getting in the red zone, scoring touchdowns, stopping the run, which we highlighted yesterday, and not turning the ball over, but somehow getting some turnovers and winning that turnover battle. We'll get a couple more throughout the rest of the week here. Kind of been doing a fun countdown to biggest Packers-Bears moments, and obviously this, again, hammering it home, but this is only the 3rd time the Packers and the Bears have met in the postseason. So I've included a couple of late regular season games that kind of defined whether a team was going to make the postseason or between one of these games, between one of these two teams, whether they were going to make the postseason, maybe it was for a division and such. We talked about the last regular season game between these two teams this year. That was my number 5 pick. Number 4 was the 2010 final game that allowed the Packers to get in the postseason. We know what happened later on that year. Number 3 on my countdown for Packers-Bears late season moments. Rodgers comes back. Winner wins the division, gets to the postseason. It's Rodgers to Cobb, right? That throw 2013, December 29th, 2013. Rodgers had missed a big chunk of that season with the collarbone injury. Comes back in this game. Green Bay was able to tread water, get them to that moment where winner goes to the playoffs. Game in Chicago. Julius Peppers looked like he had a free hit on Rodgers. John Kuhn with the block of the century just to trip him up a little bit. And the 48-yard touchdown pass to Cobby to win it to get to the postseason. So while there hasn't been a lot of Packers-Bears playoff moments, there has easily been some big late season, regular season games that have defined whether a team gets to the postseason, doesn't get to the postseason, defined their standings, because, I mean, I think you can look at the last regular season game between these two teams and maybe that defined who won the division and gets the 2 seed right now. But how many of you remember watching that game? I remember watching that game and hooting and hollering and such. So, all right, we'll talk some more green and gold coming up here. Don't forget to send me your Am I Wrongs. Text it on over. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Fill in the blanks. Best ones I'll read on the air. All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back after these quick words. When your vehicle needs a service, you want a shop that you can trust, and that's AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. From routine maintenance to more involved repairs, AJM Automotive delivers honest work, clear communication, and quality service that you can count on. Their experienced technicians take time to explain what your vehicle needs, so there are no surprises, just reliable results. Whether it's brakes, tires, diagnostics, or general auto repairs, AJM Automotive keeps you safely on the road and back behind the wheel with confidence. For dependable auto care done right, choose AJM Automotive in Eau Claire, where your vehicle is treated like it matters. And don't forget, too, especially maybe yesterday with the weather that we had, icy conditions and such, if you ever do get into a situation where maybe you need a quick tow, maybe you need some help, don't want to think about it, but sometimes it does happen. AJM Automotive can help you out, too, with their towing services. So put this number in your phone just in case it ever happens. 715-835-9523. That's 715-835-9523. And AJM Automotive, they provide snow plowing services too. So maybe you're just sick and tired of shoveling already this year or snow blowing your driveway. You can give them a call at that same number too. So they do everything over at AJM Automotive, located 1919 Brackett Avenue in Eau Claire. Surveyor Sam with a quick text here. Good morning from sunny Belize. First off, congrats to my alma mater, UW River Falls, on the national championship. Johnny's bar looked packed, and I'm sure downtown was insane. To your question, I'm taking Matt LaFleur every day over John Harbaugh. I'm sure the same people who want Harbaugh also wanted Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh, Dan Quinn, and even Doug Peterson. Not every coach is going to be better. LaFleur hasn't lost the locker room, and when he does, then we can have that conversation. Enjoy your vacay, Surveyor. Appreciate you chiming in, and I love that picture of the Sports Talk tee on the beach. So appreciate that, Surveyor. Let's go to the phone line here this morning. So, Joe, I'm sure you've seen everybody, at least on social media, kind of throwing out the question. We'll ask you, would you rather have Matt LaFleur or John Harbaugh as the coach for the Packers?
Can I have John Harbaugh as the special teams coach and keep Matt LaFleur as the head coach?
Just head coach.
I'll keep LaFleur. The grass is not greener when you look at these situations. And again, I think John Harbaugh is a heck of a coach. And when you look at his track record and you look at his history there and his tenure there, I feel that's a very successful run. But at this point in time, Matt LaFleur is the coach of the Green Bay Packers, and I think Matt LaFleur is going to get the extension. And when you look at his run and Matt LaFleur's run, and you look at and start comparing that now to other coaches, Matt LaFleur, I believe now with Harbaugh being fired, is the sixth longest tenured coach in the NFL with one team. And so this is a tough time of year because obviously Black Monday, NFL coaches and a lot of other coaches are let go with that firing. But again, I think with Green Bay, Green Bay fans need to realize the grass is not always greener. And sometimes being okay with the guy you've got is okay. I thought it was interesting too, though, Captain, because, football's a game of inches, not going back to the speech in any given Sunday, but it really is, because I'll tell you, that field goal at the end of that game between the Steelers and the Ravens, that field goal is made, Mike Tomlin probably loses or could have lost his job. That field goal misses, and John Harbaugh is out of a job. So it really is true, game of inches, and the dominoes fall when those inches don't go your way.
So looking at, kind of this moving over to the playoffs and such now with Packers and Bears coming up here for round 3. What are some, we've been kind of highlighting some keys to victory throughout the whole week and such. So let me ask you, what do you think with round 3 between these two teams that obviously know each other very well? What are some of the major keys to victory in this game, in your opinion, for Green Bay? You know what,
Zach Tom. I'm going to start right there. Zach Tom Reports are that he probably will be playing on Saturday night, and getting him back. And again, getting him back against a guy like a Montez Sweat, those types of things, is just huge. And again, I think that is such a you can't overestimate the value of an offensive lineman like Zach Tom. So I think that's big. I think also, did Green Bay find a little bit of a pass rush last week with Barron Sorrell and potentially Oliver? Did they flash enough to give you a little bit more of a pass rush? So, I think those are going to be big. I think Jaden Reed, just again, rounding back into form and having him back for the playoff run, I think is going to be huge. And of course, Jordan Love's health. I think that's a big plus in this game. So yeah, getting Zach Tom back, getting some pass rush reinforcements potentially with some of these guys. And I'll also say this, and Matt LaFleur didn't rule it out. Trayvon Diggs could be your starting cornerback this week. So again, a lot of pieces to the puzzle that weren't there when Green Bay lost that horrendous loss in Chicago. A lot of pieces to the puzzle weren't there then that are here now. So it could make a big difference in this football game.
Yesterday, I threw out a question: who's got to be who would be the James Starks of this team on this run going back to the 2010 season? A guy who came in late season and had a major impact on this team and making that run. If you had to pick a guy that you think could be or has to be a James Starks for this team, offense or defense, who would you throw in that combo?
You know what? I'm going to go to the defensive side of the ball. And I'm going to go with Barron Sorrell, and I'm going to go with Trayvon Diggs. I just think, I think again, when you look at what's happened to this Green Bay defense after Micah Parsons went down, very little pass rush, very little impact, because you don't have a pass rush, a lot more cushion and a lot more things happening in the secondary. So I see those couple of guys that really could come out of nowhere and help this football team with a playoff run. If you did have to talk about somebody on the offensive side of the ball, obviously with Dontavian Wicks being injured in and out of the lineup, that type of thing, you'd love to see Matthew Golden step up and make some plays. But again, I think really the guys that are going to help this team or from a reinforcement standpoint, it's going to be on that defensive side of the ball, and I think that's where Green Bay needs it most.
You've mentioned Barron Sorrell and such a couple times now, but do you actually think they would actually pull the trigger and give him more reps in a playoff game over Enoch Barre, Van Ness, and Gary? Do you think they'd actually have the gonads to do that?
You know what, I do in certain situations. Gary right now has been really a non-factor. And the really interesting thing with Rashawn Gary, when you look at percentage of snaps, Rashawn Gary, for whatever the reason, and I don't know if it's conditioning, I really don't know what it is, does not tend to play a lot of snaps in a game. And again, you just look at his production right now, and it's really non-existent. And so I think Green Bay at this point in time, where they are as a football team, I think at this point in time, they'll play whoever they think can make a difference in these playoffs. Look, it's win or go home. And I think at this point, you don't have the luxury to continue to do what you were doing over the last several weeks. You just don't. It hasn't worked. They're 0-4 the last 4 weeks. So you've got to, at this point, take a look at it and say, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So it's time to do something different. And I think also offensively, I think Matt LaFleur needs to, kind of go Mike McCarthy on this. And it's time to give Jordan Love the keys to the offense, because if Green Bay is going to make a run, they're just not talented enough to do it on talent alone. But if Green Bay is going to make a run, they've got it all starts and ends with number 10.
So what if Chicago wins this game in dominating fashion? Does anything happen in the offseason? Does anything happen in the immediate term when it comes to coaching or anything like that? What if Chicago just goes in there and just dominates Green Bay on Saturday night?
It's a great question. I still think Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur get extensions. I do. I don't think he's coaching. I don't think LaFleur is coaching for his job on Saturday night, and I don't think Gutekunst is in a position to do so as well. I think I think, has Goody missed on some players? Of course he has. Every GM misses on some players. Has Goody hit home runs on some players? Absolutely. I think so as well. And again, I don't get the feeling coming out of 1265 that Matt LaFleur is coaching for his job. So I don't see this game being a Chicago rout, but if it is, yeah, there's going to be some questions. There's going to be some doubt. There's going to be a lot of that if Green Bay gets trounced on Saturday night. But I just don't see Matt LaFleur coaching for his job, and I don't see Brian Gutekunst being shown the door. I just don't see it.
I've seen some people kind of say this game could be a potential changing of the guard in the NFC North if Chicago wins that game, and if they can't win that game or if they don't win that game, it's going to be the same old type of Bears thing. Do you get that vibe with this playoff game, or do you think that's more of a rivalry, media hype up type of thing?
I think it's a big game for the future of both franchises. I can't say if it's a changing of the guard because, look, when you look at the NFC North standings, Chicago at 11-6, Green Bay at 9-7, Minnesota at 9-8, Detroit at 9-8. So, I really don't see the quote-unquote changing of the guard. Is it a huge game for both franchises? 100%. Because Green Bay can squash a lot of the doubters and the naysayers with a win on Saturday night. And Chicago, they can pound their chest. And again, I think, look, Green Bay should not have lost that game in Chicago, period. End of discussion. I'm not saying, Green Bay's a better team. I'm not saying Chicago's a better team. But let's face it, when you have a 95 to 99% probability of winning a football game, more often than not, you're going to win the football game. And so if one guy, whether it be Xavier McKinney, whether it be Keyshawn Nixon, whether it be Dobbs, whether it be Jacobs, one guy makes a play, the Packers win that football game. And so again, I don't know if it's a changing of the guard in the North, but this is a huge, huge, huge game for both franchises.
So with that being said, how do you see this one playing out, and what's your prediction?
You know what? I'm going with Vegas. I think it's going to be a damn close game. Vegas right now, if I'm not mistaken, has Green Bay as a 1-point favorite. And I'm going with Green Bay. I think it's going to be, a field goal or less type of football game. I think going back to the NFC Championship game, I think Green Bay does get a lead early. And I think that's the key to this game is getting that lead early. I see Green Bay winning this by a field goal or less. I think it's going to be a very close football game. I think it's going to be a very physical football game. But I'm leaning the Vegas way. And again, it's still early in the week. It's Wednesday, so a lot of dollars might move that spread, and you might see it flip over to Chicago. But at this point, Green Bay being a 1-point favorite, I'm sticking with that, and I'm saying Green Bay wins field goal or less. And I'm not sure if that's a game-winning field goal at the end, but I think it's going to be a close football game. But I think Green Bay sneaks it out.
Give me one more thing. Give me a player who's absolutely got to have a game for Green Bay for them to win this game.
You know what? I'm going to say Sean Ryan. I think Sean Ryan needs to not only play a heck of a game because of that Chicago front four and those interior linemen of Chicago, but there's been some inconsistencies with the snaps. There's been some inconsistencies with some of the line calls, picking up blitzes, those types of things. So I'm going to say Sean Ryan needs to have a heck of a game. And if he does, I think that solidifies his position moving forward as well. But I think he's got to anchor that offensive line. He's got to get the line calls right. He's got to get those types of things. The mental part of the game is going to be so huge. So I would say Sean Ryan is a big, big key to this win on Saturday night if it's going to happen.
He's Joe DeGuano joining us this morning, breaking it down between Packers and Bears Saturday nights. Appreciate the time as always, sir. Enjoy the rest of your week, and hopefully we'll be talking about a matchup with Seattle next week.
I'm hoping so, Dan. I'm hoping so. Thanks for everything, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
You got it. There you go. There's Joe DeGuano joining us here this morning. We got to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more. We're going to talk some hoops coming up after these quick words. If you're serious about great meat, you need to know about Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From hand-cut steaks and fresh ground beef to flavorful brats, sausages, and premium pork, Mike's Star Market is known for quality that you can see and taste. Everything is prepared with care, using trusted sources and time-tested methods that keep customers coming back. Whether you're firing up the grill, planning a family dinner, or stocking up for the weekend, Mike's Star Market has the cuts and flavors you're looking for. It's quality, it's tradition, it's local. Mike's Star Market, proudly serving the Chippewa Valley. Bucks are back at it tonight as they continue their West Coast trip. They're going to be taking on the Golden State Warriors. Tip time is going to be around 9 p.m. You can listen to that game on the radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM. So coverage will begin at about 8:30 this evening, excuse me. So obviously, too, this is, I think, a huge stretch here for the Bucks. It's a tough stretch here for the Bucks, who are currently on the outside looking in for playoff standings. But and it's going to get a whole lot tougher, right? I mean, we've gone through this. We've gone through the schedule. It's Warriors tonight. It's Lakers. It's Spurs. It's Nuggets a couple times. Thunder are in there too. So this is a huge stretch of games, and maybe even season defining in terms of what are the Bucks going to do when it comes to the trade deadline, which is coming up next month. Okay, to be specific, that trade deadline is on February 5th. So we're talking about less than a month away. And there's a lot of questions about what are the Bucks going to do. It feels like the talk has settled down a little bit about the Bucks and Giannis, moving on from Giannis and trading him. But could that change if this Bucks team, during this stretch of very tough games, digs themselves further and further behind in the standings? They're 4 games under 500 at this point in time. You got a Hawks team that is just barely above them, holding on to that 10 spot by the slimmest of margins. And there's talk about Trae Young being on the move and being traded. So I really feel like this is going to be a crucial next couple weeks here for the Bucks. Because if they only win a couple games and they dig themselves further into this hole that they're currently in, I feel like the trade talks are going to get louder, whether they're legit or not. Teams are going to probably call John Horst in Milwaukee a little bit more, and they should. Teams that are interested in acquiring Giannis, if the Bucks continue this slide, they absolutely should call on the Bucks and put a little bit more pressure on them. So I was looking up some potential, what's the latest in talks of Bucks trade rumors, if there is really anything out there. And it's kind of the same song and dance. So ESPN has a little bit of a thing where they go through a bunch of different teams and, their biggest needs and the player they could target. And on here it says ESPN reported last week that the Bucks have already begun inquiring about a few players, Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, Jeremy Grant. All 3 players could alleviate some of Giannis's offensive burdens, but Milwaukee has limited assets to pull off a move to improve the roster. The Bucks have 1 draft pick in either 2031 or 2032 available to trade, a risky proposition considering Giannis's uncertain future. But keep an eye on the Bucks, who have shown a willingness to go all in several times to keep Giannis happy. This is such an unknown charted territory. Like, I guess I'm at the point I wouldn't be surprised whatever the Bucks do. I wouldn't be surprised if they make a move to get another offensive player to pair up with Giannis. And honestly, it probably wouldn't surprise me a whole lot if they lose a few of these games, and then they start the teardown. I'll be curious if there's going to be that one team. Because I'm a believer that everybody has a price. That everybody has a price. If the Bucks go on a losing stretch here and dig themselves into a deeper hole because this is a tough schedule, is there going to be that one team that's going to say, okay, maybe we smell a little blood in the water. Maybe we're going to go after this, and we're going to give them an offer that they can't refuse. And we're going to be aggressive. Does Milwaukee still stand pat and hold on to Giannis? Huge stretch coming up here for the Bucks. Again, Warriors tonight at 9, Lakers Friday, Nuggets Sunday, Timberwolves Tuesday, Spurs Thursday, that Hawks team on the 19th, Thunder, and then Nuggets again from now until the 23rd. Remember, that trade deadline's February 5th. And the thing is, it opens up a little bit for the Bucks too after the 23rd. You got the Mavericks on there. You've got the 76ers. You got the Wizards. Although I shouldn't say that things open up because the Bucks have made things incredibly difficult on themselves by losing games to the Wizards or making games really closer than what they shouldn't have. You know, you got Celtics, you got Bulls, and then you got the Pelicans right before the trade deadline and the Pacers right after it. I guess we're wait and see. Wait and see. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll wrap up the second hour as we approach halftime here. So stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Looking for a great place to grab a bite, enjoy a cold drink, and maybe catch some live music? Well, check out the VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire. From classic comfort food and weekly specials to affordable drinks and welcoming atmosphere, it's a local spot where everyone feels at home. Add in live bands, entertainment, and events throughout the year, and you've got a go-to destination for a fun night out. Whether you're stepping in for dinner, meeting friends, or enjoying local music, VFW Post 305 delivers great food and great times. VFW Post 305. Good eats, good drinks, and great entertainment right here in Eau Claire. Just got a few minutes left to the top of the hour. Then it's going to be halftime here, halfway through. If you're just joining in, we've kind of been throwing this question out there, and so far it has been a wide majority of saying no. But I have to ask it, because people are talking about it on social media. I have to ask it. Packers fans, would you rather have John Harbaugh than Matt LaFleur? I'm asking it because people are throwing it out there. My answer is no. It's not a knock on Harbaugh. I think he's a very good coach. But I think if you make a move like that, you have to view it as a major upgrade or an upgrade. And I don't view it as a major upgrade. But I'm curious to those, because you're out there. You are out there. I know you are. Don't be shy. Why? Why would you like to see it happen if you are? And if you don't, give me some more reasons why you don't want to see it happen. Yay or nay? Okay? Got to have a reason why. So, kind of threw that in there. Throughout the morning, kind of an informal poll question. You can hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line if you'd like, 715-830-1912. We'll get back to some more responses throughout the morning here. Badger basketball picking up a nice win last night against UCLA to get back into the win column. Picking up their 10th win of the season, 80-72. Badgers came out on fire in the first half, outscoring UCLA by 14 points in the first half. So Badgers probably needing that win, considering they've got a huge game, a very tough game coming up on Saturday against number 2 Michigan. Michigan just squeaking out a victory, by the way, last night against Penn State, 74-72. So, but going back to the Wisconsin game, kind of a nice bounce back game for John Blackwell, a guy who's been struggling a little bit. But looking at him last night, still just 6 of 15 from the field and just 3 of 19 from three. It's got to be better than that. But overall, 17 points in 39 minutes of action. Nolan Winter helping out with 18 points. And then Nick Boyd, who has been maybe the most consistent player so far for the Badger Hoops team, 20 points. Just 11 points off the bench, though, for Wisconsin. 4 starters in double-figure scoring. You look at Nick Boyd, and so far this year, the transfer, 19.5 points per game. He is shooting 48.3% from the field. You look at his last few games, 20 points, 24, 16, 12, and 19. Where would this team be without Nick Boyd, right? Badgers have been kind of killing it in the last couple of years with these one-year transfers, obviously with John Tonje last year. So far, Nick Boyd he's off to a really, really good start too. So Blackwell, you're looking at his numbers. I mean, his shooting now is down to a 38% from the field overall. So got his 17, but still struggling a little bit from the field overall. All right, shot clock's going to cut me off here. We'll talk some more hoops a little bit later on. We've got some more football talk on the docket as well. Send me your Am I Wrongs? All right. Am I wrong for saying this? Am I wrong for thinking this? Text them on over, okay? We got some news updates heading into halftime. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Third hour kicking off right now on this Wednesday morning of January 7th. Big thanks for tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in, whether it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, online, at our website, on the app, Alexa, multiple different ways, video stream, all that good stuff here. We're going to talk some more hoops coming up a little bit later on, but we just got done talking some Bucks and some Badgers and such, so we'll revisit that coming at you a little bit later on as we get closer and closer to the NFL playoffs starting this weekend. Packers, Bears on Saturday night. Both teams holding a walkthrough practice, but we got our first game designation, not game designations because that comes out to the last practice, but we get our first injury kind of designations here. And the only Packer that would not have practiced would have been Bo Melton. So everything else fairly healthy. Zach Tom. Josh Jacobs wasn't even on the injury report, so you got a big thumbs up with that one. You know, you look at some of these matchups between Packers and Bears and such. Remember, you know, Zach Tom wasn't there. How big of an impact is he going to have on this game? And I'm really curious to see, does Green Bay, because you could kind of look at that Minnesota game and you saw like the Baron Sorrells, the Colin Olivers, Jordan Morgan had a decent game at left tackle. And there's a lot of talk out there too, like, you know, should Green Bay put him as their starting left tackle right now? I'm really curious if, I guess for a lack of a better phrase, does Green Bay have the gonads, the cojones, to make some aggressive changes, to make some aggressive moves within the lineup for this game against Chicago? Do they bench Rasheed Walker and put Jordan Morgan at left tackle? Do they play Baron Sorrell more over guys like Rashawn Gary? Will they actually do that in a playoff game based off of one performance against the Minnesota Vikings? And I'm sure they're going to factor in more of it from what they've seen in practice and all that, but would they? I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if they would. I guess if I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say probably not. But would it surprise anybody at this point? No. But you look at a guy like I'm just curious, what is his Pro Football Focus grade? Does he have enough to go up there? So yeah, it says Pro Football Focus, not enough snaps. 56.7 overall grade. So he's got 6 pressures, not enough snaps. What is Rashawn Gary at right now for a Pro Football Focus grade? He is at a 68.2. So here's a little bit of an interesting number. So it's actually higher than I thought it was going to be for Rashawn Gary. If I'm being honest, it's actually higher. He is ranked, if we use Pro Football Focus as a gauge, as a grade, 52nd. He's ranked 52nd out of all edge rushers, out of 115 qualifying edge rushers by Pro Football Focus. He actually has the 18th most pressures in the NFL. 54 pressures. 18th out of 115. I'll be honest, that was more than I thought. That was more than I thought. Would Lucas Van Ness qualify? What's Lucas Van Ness looking at for Pro Football Focus? So Lucas Van Ness, 75.5 overall grade. That's 27th out of 115 edge rushers. 23 pressures. 263 snaps total he's played compared to Rashawn Gary's 653. So, I mean, he would be on pace to, I would think, be above Rashawn Gary in terms of pressures in that, too. So, let me go Barre here. Just bringing in different guys and kind of seeing what their numbers are at this point. So Enoch Barre would have a 63.6 overall grade. He's got 24 pressures and 468 snaps. So I guess maybe this will probably be more of a question at the end of the regular season. But we've seen him play in, how many games did he play? He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games. And I know that Minnesota game, he played like only a few snaps. So let's call it half a season. We've seen Lucas Van Ness play half of a season. And we know in the beginning portion of the season, too, kind of taking the backseat to Micah. But for our midweek reports, midweek grade report card, midweek grades, how would you assess the regular season from Lucas Van Ness? I know it's only like 8 games, and I know it's not a full season. But when you factor in, not a starter at the beginning, missing time due to injury, missed over a month, more than a month. How would you assess from what you saw from Lucas Van Ness? I think he's coming off of his best game against Baltimore, where he had 4 solo tackles. His last sack, you got to go back to the Bengals. You look at his Pro Football Focus grade, it's, besides Micah, it's the highest one, 75. Is there, did he give you enough from what you have seen this year to be optimistic, I guess, for 2026, for the 2026 season? In the limited amount of what we saw from Van Ness, did he give you enough to be optimistic that it could be him and Micah as your 2 ends for next year? And I'm sure for a lot of people, it'll still be incomplete, unknown in that. But if we have to gauge it, let's pretend like Van Ness, there was a decision to be made of whether to bring him back or not. Like, you have to do it one way or the other, and you have to base it off of what we saw this season. And I know we still got the playoffs and such, but has he shown you enough where you're like, I feel better about the direction that he's going in? Because it feels like, Micah Parsons, as soon as Micah Parsons got to Green Bay, he was singing the praises of Lucas Van Ness. It kind of gave the impression that he took Lucas Van Ness a little bit under his wing and such. And, I don't know if anybody follows Micah Parsons on social media and such, but before that Vikings game, too, he was talking about Colin Oliver and Barron Sorrell. I don't think it's completely out of the realm that next year, when you look at it from a depth perspective, you're going to see Micah and Van Ness as your starting ends, and Sorrell and Oliver as your 2 backups, where Gary's gone and Enoch Barre's going to be gone. This is what also has to happen, though, for teams that have a lot of money invested in certain players, and in this case, certain positions. You traded your 2 first-round picks and gave Micah Parsons a massive contract. You now have to trust your picks, your younger guys, to fill in those depth roles, to fill in those depth spots. So, do you trust Lucas Van Ness to be a, quote, full-time starter at end next year? They're going to trust Barron Sorrell and Colin Oliver to be the backups, to be a part of the rotation in a bigger role for next year. What do you think? I think going forward in this postseason, a guy that maybe we're not talking enough about it has to have a fantastic run to really help out this team is Lucas Van Ness. I think you can easily make the argument, make the case that for this team to not only win against Chicago, but for somehow to go on a little bit of a run, a guy like Lucas Van Ness, if he can go out there and start showing why he was a first-round pick, that he can be a great pass rusher in this league, this is a moment. This is an opportunity. And Green Bay needs him. I'm sorry, but they're not getting anything out of Rashawn Gary. They're just not. They're not getting any production from him. If they can get something out of Lucas Van Ness, if they can get another level out of Lucas Van Ness to help out with that pressure, man, it would be such a huge boost to this defense. It's just such a big unknown. Like, what's the biggest unknown surrounding this defense right now? Is it going to be quarterback pressure? Is it run defense? Is it going to be their corners, their secondary? Is they going to hold up? And I get a lot of it is due to injuries and such, but I don't like the fact that we're entering this postseason with some unknowns surrounding the defense at this point. And I know, not to get off completely on a tangent, so I know that coaches aren't allowed, like who are in the playoffs right now. We mentioned it yesterday, but coaches who are in the postseason aren't allowed to kind of do interviews until next week. Like, okay, because we really haven't heard Jeff Hafley's name being mentioned as being requested for interview. I'm like, okay, maybe that's that. And that still could be a thing. But yesterday, Robert Saleh, he's coaching this weekend. He's apparently getting requests. Those are being reported. And maybe Hafley is getting requests, but they're doing a good job of keeping it under the wraps where these insiders are not saying it. But are you a little surprised that maybe we haven't heard of teams inquiring about Hafley? At least I haven't seen it anywhere. And maybe I've missed it, but I haven't seen it. So I don't know if are people down on him? And how much did, because he was seen as the guy or like a top candidate for the Giants. I think the whole Kevin Stefanski and Harbaugh thing now probably is good news for Packers fans who want Jeff Hafley to stay in Green Bay. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll talk some more football and such, more hoops. Continue to send me your Am I Wrongs. All right, text those on over, 715-830-1912. Quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hungry? Skip the cooking tonight and stop by Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. Their ready-to-eat section is packed with fresh, delicious options from chef-prepared meals and salads to sandwiches, wraps, and hot sides. It's fast, it's convenient, it's perfect for lunch, dinner, or even a quick snack on the go. Grab exactly what you want, when you want it, and enjoy a meal that's ready in minutes. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, fresh, flavorful, and ready to eat. Nick with a quick text on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line saying, I'd rather see the Bucks clean house and start over, let the Greek Freak go win another championship. I'd hate to see the Bucks waste what good years he has left and not win another championship. So I want to turn that into a topic question that because I think, we've talked about it off and on, how the NBA has maybe become more of an individualized sport and such. So let me ask this question for Hoops fans and Bucks fans. Are you a Giannis fan or are you a Bucks fan when it comes to something like because I would say you're a Packers fan over let's go back to the Aaron Rodgers drama that was. Were you a Rodgers fan or a Packers fan? Go back a little bit further. I know there was some people that were more Favre fans than Packers fans who just kind of followed Favre and such. NBA is different in this case, where I feel like more fans are maybe fans of the individual player than they are for the team. LeBron, for all of his movements and such. So I guess let me ask basketball fans out there, are you a Giannis fan or are you a Bucks fan? I think it's a fair question to throw out there.
Yeah.
Luke Anthony, I know you're a Timberwolves fan. I'm a
Timberwolves fan over an Anthony Edwards fan, to use the analogy over there. As much as I like Anthony Edwards as a player, I'm a Timberwolves fan. I have been since the team was formed, and I always will be one. I think there is, we've observed this before, that there's been more of a movement, especially with basketball, towards being a fan of a player versus being a fan of a team, to the point where, and again, I keep citing him, but Bill Simmons had once mentioned you could take like all the top players, have them create like their own league. Why hasn't someone not done that yet? Take like all the superstars, you'd have like 6 teams, like massive all-star thing. It would probably do as well as the NBA. It would probably kill the NBA. If someone really wanted to do that, they could, because people care most about LeBron and KD and Kawhi and et cetera, et cetera. Insert joke there about how would Kawhi actually play any of the games. It's a thing. And I suspect there would be, I know Bucks fandom is not, it's stronger, of course, than it was up until about 7-8 years ago.
Yeah.
Where you see now you see Bucks plates around here all the time.
Yeah.
That's remarkable. Again,
So let me ask, would they rather have a Giannis plate or a Bucks plate?
It's okay. That's kind of an interesting question. I think it would stay mostly Bucks, I think.
But they got those Bucks plates because of probably Giannis.
Giannis, right. If Giannis Antetokounmpo is not a Milwaukee Buck, they still have one championship in 1971. I think there are a fair number of Bucks fans who would follow Giannis. I sense, and maybe it's just whomever I follow, and so that's not scientifically accurate, but I sense most would stay Bucks fans. They're more defensive about the Bucks than they are about hoping for good stuff for Giannis. And they seem frustrated by the Bucks, which could be that they're more pro Giannis because they're frustrated by the Bucks. You wouldn't really know the answer until he goes somewhere else. I think it also depends on how he leaves. If he does it just right, he could maintain a lot of fandom. But if it sounds like he wants to push himself out and then suddenly goes on a tear, and we've seen plenty of examples of that, of players basically, the worst case scenario is like a James Harden, where you literally are not playing on the court, you get traded, and immediately, wow, he's giving 110%. That's the sort of thing that will have
Jimmy
ill will.
Butler kind of, sort of, too.
Yeah, those sorts of things where you intentionally play out
It's, I go to my kid for an example with this when it comes to basketball, and this is, so for whatever reason now, and he wants a LaMelo Ball jersey.
Okay. Should see the look here in the studio.
So that's what he wants. He's got all these favorite players in the NBA, but, he, for Christmas, in his stocking and such, he got, one of their mystery bags, and it was like NFL figures and such. Got Justin Jefferson. Didn't want it. Nope, because it's Viking.
Interesting.
So it's like, player-wise, the NBA, he's got a bunch of, he doesn't really have that. But football, no. Baseball, no Cubs. It's like he's, the team-wise, he's like, no. But the NBA, no, he wants a LaMelo Ball jersey. He wears an Anthony Edwards player tee. He loves Giannis. Dame Lillard is still one of his favorite players.
It's like my off-sided thing from Shields. This was probably around 2018 or so. That time I went in and saw. Apologies, I'm still getting over a cold here, so I'm going to sound a little nasal. Went in one day and I'm like, okay, I wonder what's popular. And I see all LeBron James Cavaliers at the time and Steph Curry Warriors jerseys. And there was I don't know how much in the way of bucks. Maybe there was literally one or two racks of that. That's changed obviously now.
Oh yeah, there's LaMelo Ball jerseys there.
But that doesn't surprise. So you're gonna have both. You're gonna the Bucks have got up, but it's also for all of those individuals. Now for I think it's growing more in the NFL. I think a lot of that is fantasy. Let's be real. When you pay more attention to how an individual player is doing in your own made-up team, the core team doesn't matter. You can tell for the players, they're not as focused on team. This is something that it's a bit of a theory of mine, but it's from Uniform World. You've seen a lot more black versus white, spy versus spy, as it's sometimes called, icy white versus all mono black or all mono. You see a lot more of that in the NFL of late. College, you see it a fair amount. Less in the way of team colors, team identity. It's what the players want. They're not as focused on the team. They're more focused on looking good. So that's not necessarily meaning that they're anti-team. They're still with their team. I mean, they're also free agents a lot.
Right.
But the point is the idea of we are part of this entity of the Green Bay Packers, the Dallas Cowboys, and everything flows from that. So the Los Angeles Lakers, the New York Knicks. That's breaking down more and more in different ways. So it becomes, I guess, probably more acceptable for a fan to not have as much loyalty. I mean, heck, if the game you're watching doesn't even look like those two teams you're expecting to see, well, the players are still the players.
Right.
You're going to focus on them, and if a player's really good, maybe become more of a fan of a player. People have always been fans of individual players for eternity, but more so now. And then, of course, social media, branding. I mean, that's the other massive factor. We don't need to explain that.
That's, I would say, in the last few years, the resurgence of the sports card world, too, and all that has really gotten, back into it, too. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors. It's just, I mean, look at when I was a kid, too. It's like I was a Magic fan because of Shaq and Penny. I'm not a Magic fan per se anymore. I think it'd be cool if they could finally win a championship.
Right.
But, I mean, it was because of those two players.
Right. But the other thing is, and this is the obvious one, like sometimes when we try to explain a league's popularity, a sport's popularity, go through all of, there are multiple explanations. But sometimes it's as simple as, well, what do you observe, basically? In the case of basketball, players are going to be more popular because you could see them more, and there are fewer of them on the field of play. Take the big ones. Let's go, I guess, big 5 team sports. So football, throw soccer in there in terms of a big one worldwide. Hockey, basketball, and baseball. You see the identity of the player more clearly in basketball and soccer.
I would say soccer because my kid does not watch soccer, does not play soccer, but he knows who Messi is.
Bingo.
So
yeah, he
has a book on Messi.
Right. You can immediately identify them. They're not wearing any headgear. They're not bulked up in their clothing. All of that sort of stuff. Whereas football, there are a lot of famous NFL players. I don't know what they could walk in the building. I'd probably go, that's an NFL player. I'd be completely stumped who they are. And they'd be like an all-pro. I have no idea who they are. Baseball, to a lesser extent, I think baseball used to be much bigger. Now that's more a knock on them.
They almost look like more casual people.
Kind of do, yeah. The whole Mike Trout thing.
Yeah.
But that's also a bit of a knock on MLB for doing a poor job of marketing. I think that's changing. But they're still, they got a helmet. And hockey, of course, they're pretty well covered up. Like I had to go through the Wild roster and look at like all the pictures so I could start putting two and two together because I don't know who a lot of them look like because obviously they're in a helmet. They're bulk. So tie that with like golf. When Liv starts doing a teams, I'm like, why? This is an individual sport. And yes, I know golf is an individual sport, duh, because we relate to the players more. You're a Tiger fan. People are nowadays either like a Bryson fan or...
You have to be Bryce or Brooks.
Right, it's one or the other. Yeah. But you can immediately, I know what they look like. Probably almost everyone listening right
Rory.
now. Yes, you know who they look like. So you're going to follow them a lot easier. They become more, I guess, human because of that. So that's the same case in basketball. I know immediately what they look like. I know what their facial expressions are and how they move and how they talk, all of that. So of course you're going to be fans of them more. That makes total sense.
Yeah. All right, we got to take a quick break here, but we'll have plenty more coming up after these quick words. few days away from NFL playoffs beginning. Obviously, Saturday, we've got Rams, Panthers, and then Saturday night, it's Packers versus Bears. And again, if you don't have Amazon Prime, you're not going to watch it unless you go somewhere and get a free trial, which I know there is a lot of Packers fans that are very upset about this.
And it keeps happening.
The thing is like, I think instead of maybe complaining, it's not going away.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Sorry,
going away.
everyone's like, if you don't watch, ratings are going to go down. Ratings are excellent, and they're not always a peak, but they're doing really well. And the NFL is going to do more of this. That is the end of the story. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the new way, is it? I mean, it's we can sit in our front yard and yell and say,
"Old man yells at cloud."
Yeah,
though a lot of us aren't old.
The thing is like, so for me, I already have Prime, so it's not that big of a deal.
Same.
But I know some people don't. Okay. I could tell you for a fact, if I didn't have Prime, I would be this week because I want to watch it. So it's one of those.
For a lot of people, I think it's the principle of it. Like, I don't want to have to spend $4.99 for that and then cancel it. And again, big picture, it's nothing. Now, if I didn't have it, I probably would be doing the principle of it. Like, no, I don't want to spend $5 to watch a game. I should have been able to watch for free. Also, ESPN playoff games, we've had those a lot. Yeah. So what, did you want to have a cable subscription for a month? I mean, this is not new. This isn't the first time a free playoff game has been thrown on a streaming service. You have to pay. No.
So you said, but if it was your favorite team, if it was Minnesota, would you pay for it if you didn't have it?
I probably would not at this level of the playoffs. It gets more interesting the further up it goes. I think it's a matter of the significance of it.
Even if it was Packers, Vikings?
And that gets a little more interesting for obvious reasons. I think, again, circumstances. Like, did they get in as a 7 seed or were they an 8 and 9 division champion? You're like, and yes, I know, Beastquake. Okay, I get the analogy. But you go, okay, realistically, so I'm going to spend $5. Again, nothing really. But I'm going to spend money. I'm going to have to set this up. Then I'm going to have to cancel too. That's actually the trickier thing because are you going to remember to do that, go through that process, all of that, and then, oh, guess what? The Vikings are down 17-0 with 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Oh, great. Why did I even do this? And then it's a total waste. Versus, again, I don't think we're going to have the conference championship games on streaming or cable, whatever the thing is. By the time it would happen, maybe a decade from now, completely different story there because that's maybe going to the Super Bowl. That is a massive franchise moment, a massive moment for my team. Then I probably would if I didn't have that insert pay provider. So it's circumstances, I think.
Right.
I know my wife would probably be like, just do the $5.99. That's okay. And we did that over like around Christmas. We were going to watch a Charlie Brown DVD. The DVD wasn't working, so she was quick like, all right, let's do a month-long subscription to Apple TV Plus. Well, now Apple TV, sorry. And bam. So just threw that up there so we could watch the thing we wanted to watch sitting on the couch. So it all varies.
It does. And I just, I get it. But see, for my job though too, I kind of have to watch
that's
it.
That's the other part of it. Like if you have to see the game, of course you're going to do it. I mean, I guess it quote unquote sucks that you have to spend money to do your job, but it's not that much. You're not spending like $500 so you can talk about it for 3 hours on the radio. That's not it. It's okay. It's totally fine to do that. I forget what my other point was going to be. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to because I mean. It's going to be obviously Monday morning, and I'm sure Sunday night when people found out Packers-Bears is going to be on Amazon Prime, there was a lot of people griping and grinding my gears and all that. And I can't remember who it was, but they wrote an article about it, and they're like, people, it's not going away. You might as well get used to it right now. It's a new norm, right? It's a new norm in the sports world.
There's still the radio. You have that option. If you don't ways to sync that up, you could. Or with some other broadcast if you really have to. I mean, you can figure it out. The other thing, and I mean, this is maybe like the galaxy braid approach to this. It is one game sure, maybe this is an all-timer. It's going to go down as one of the 10 greatest Packer games of all time. You don't know for sure. Realistically, probably not. It's going to be another playoff game. You'll find a way to keep up with it, whether you follow online. Of course, if you're following online, you probably have the subscription in the first place. So we're probably talking older folks that don't have that. They're probably not on Twitter or Instagram or whatever. But it'll pass. It'll go on. Your life won't end because you missed that one game. And for all you know, maybe you would have the subscription and you're ready to go. And, oh, gosh, you got to go do this one thing and you missed the game anyway. So there's a lot of whatever. We're going to have more of this, at least in the first round, maybe eventually the divisional. I don't know if we quite get to that point. Probably will. And after that, who knows? Conference championship, Super Bowl, probably not.
I think ESPN has 2 playoff games this year, don't they?
I think so.
I thought I saw that they have 2 this year. So, I mean, got that also factor.
Right. I mean, and again, ESPN's had playoff games for a while now. Yeah, so this year it is, wild card round. So it goes Fox and Amazon day 1. Day 2, CBS, Fox, NBC, and then ESPN/ABC. And a lot of them would be on ABC as well. And then it's TBD after that.
Okay. I thought I'd saw somewhere, though, that ESPN gets the divisional round.
I think they get like one of those games.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah. So.
But, okay, so that's what it is.
Eventually, I think Netflix is probably going to get one.
Probably, yeah. Like, I kind of want this to stay more with the more, and I know there's probably going to be more consolidation. I think one of the, I can't remember which one I was reading, but was it like one of those year-end prediction sort of things, may have been from Front Office Sports or something, but speculating that at some point soon we're going to have a rebundling. What? Not sure what that's going to be. If it's like was it like Fubo or whatever, one of those, one of the.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know
what you're It didn't quite work out.
Yep.
But something like that's probably going to happen. We are probably approaching a critical mass of, all right, enough. We're spending too much. We can't have everything scattered so much. I don't know how much that's breaking through yet. It is kind of. There's a lot of, okay, yeah, old guy, you're used to cable. But I think at some point that does hit a little more, especially as prices keep going up. But
And in the grand scheme of things, too, if you are one that really wants to watch it, it's still going to be cheaper at home to pay that few bucks than go to somewhere, right? And buy the beverages.
Actually,
and stuff.
That's a really good point. That's another one of those where if you do the cost, all the cost benefit ratio, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I could watch it for free at the bar where I ended up spending $20 to $30 on drinks and apps versus at home. Now, of course, if you're ordering out, it's a wash. But you have whatever you happen to have around, and you spend $6.
Yeah.
Hello?
Right.
I mean, yeah, like where's the principle on that one?
Exactly.
So what my point was going to be that I think it's going to be mainly the biggest streamers. Netflix, Prime Video, Peacock, maybe. They seem to have entrenched themselves enough now at that upper level. I don't know if, like, I keep dreading, oh, great, next one's going to be Paramount Plus, and then it's going to be Apple TV, and then it's going to be some other pay streaming service. I don't know that the NFL is going to disperse them that much. Maybe so. I won't rule it out.
That's whatever gets them more money, right?
Right. And there could also be more consolidation. As in one comes to HBO Max again. But I think at a certain point it's going to be through a regular circuit of like 3 big ones that most people are going to have access to anyway. And it's not going to be that much of a mess.
Right. All right. We got to take our final break for this hour. So we'll do that and be back to wrap up the third hour after these quick words. Question we're throwing out to Packers fans throughout the morning because I have to ask it because people are talking about it on social media. Would you rather have Jim Harbaugh than Matt LaFleur? Yes or no? Surprisingly, the majority are saying no, at least the ones who are chiming in.
Would you?
No, I would rather. And it's not a knock on Harbaugh. I feel like if you make a move like that, it's got to be a major upgrade, right? It's got to be like, okay, we know that this is going to be a better thing, a better move. And I think Harbaugh's a good coach. I just don't think it's that much of a major upgrade.
No. So immediately I started to think once I saw the same thing about teams with head coaches are now in the mix for this.
The Dolphins one makes sense because the whole Michigan thing again with Stephen Ross and
I guess like it's not going to be the Vikings, even with Kevin O'Connell's stock falling after this year. Not nearly to that degree of that. I mean, the NFC North's not going to change. Put it that way. It's not, unless anyone would go, Michigan, what? No, it's not going to change the NFC North.
And I think Harbaugh is at least in a position he can be picky if he wants.
Yeah.
That's why I feel like probably the thing that just it cautions me about the Giants. Everybody's saying Giants. The GM. The GM that's still in place that's made some questionable decisions.
Now using AI.
Yeah. Like, did you hear that too about like going back and listening to a Thursday coordinator press conferences and such? And I'm like, because I mean, you have, especially if Harbaugh might be a little different where he might be able to say, hey, I'll come if you make a change here.
Yeah.
A la Liam Cohen last year with Jacksonville. Right. But if you're like a first time guy going through this thing, or maybe even a Kevin Stefanski type saying, I don't know if I want to go there because if we just have like maybe a solid year, still don't make the playoffs, and there's still questionable moves, that GM's already on a hot seat. He's out. New GM comes in. They may not want me there.
Right.
I don't know if I want to go there.
Do you trust the ownership to make the right move on that? I think Giants ownership is, even though it's one of the most traditional ownerships in football, in terms of longevity and such, I think they made a lot of great moves.
Right.
Yeah, I know they've got 2 Super Bowl titles this decade. Fair enough. But of late, outside of that, they haven't done a lot of good.
No.
So I that strikes me as the rare buttoned down stay away versus like your usual stay aways of like Arizona or Cleveland or something like that.
Is it fair to say, because I made mine, I think Tennessee might be the better one a little bit because they got a ton of cap space. They've restructured their kind of like GM president sort of thing. They're going to be around for a while. They're still fairly new.
And they're going to want to go in with a bang of the new stadium in 2 years, or I suppose technically next calendar year, but 2027 is coming. So, I mean, it could be an appealing job. On the other hand, again, ownership.
Yeah.
I mean, that the move to oust Vrabel, and I know there's more to it than just like, let's fire him. The personality, I get that. But that is looking worse and worse all the time for Tennessee, the way that Vrabel has turned around the Patriots. So, and I know it's more than just Vrabel, but that's a big part of it.
Each of these have kind of their issues, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Baltimore, I think, is clearly now the best opening.
Yes.
And it's a gap.
Yes.
You got a lot already in place there. We just talked about the Giants. Cleveland, I don't think it needs to be said. There's issues.
Yes.
Ownership, quarterbacks, plural, on there. Arizona, I mean, again, ownership, and there's just not a lot. There's who is your quarterback and talent-wise and such. I mean, it's, Raiders, okay, you got Brady, but there's a lot of work, obviously, that needs to be done. And Max Crosby might not be there.
The word dysfunction has been coming up a lot more of late with regard to the Raiders. Bad sign.
And Atlanta is a weird one because I think you have an owner that wants to win right now. They've got some offensive pieces, but who the heck is your quarterback? And it would worry me that you have hired 2 separate consulting services, one specifically for the GM, one specifically for the head coach.
I get wary if you hire one consulting service for these.
Yeah. And you got 2 completely different ones. So that one, but it is the NFC South, so
that's the other part of this. I mean, you got a glide path to a 9-8 championship and a playoff berth. Not bad,
right? So I mean, if you're one that wants to, win right away,
probably could.
Yeah.
this is one of these years where the teams that are the ones that are looking for coaches are kind of tough matchup, which I mean, it seems like obvious, but are the ones you kind of, outside of Baltimore, are the ones you kind of want to avoid, to a lesser extent Atlanta as well. But you all things being equal, no, I don't think I'd want to be a Titans or Browns or Cardinals or Giants or Raiders coach.
And Baltimore is an interesting one because they are ready to win now. I think they're desperate to win now with Lamar. Are they desperate enough if they identify a coach they really want, would they trade for that coach? Like Tampa with a John Gruden. And who would that coach be?
Wow. Lamar's going to have a say on that. I understand why. He's that talented. And you want to optimize him. If he was having a problem with Harbaugh, probably with Todd Monken, I'm guessing that was a big factor here, and you're the Ravens, no, we're not wasting any more Lamar time here.
Right. I want to throw a name out there, just I don't think it would happen, but just because. And especially they lose their first game. Kyle Shanahan.
Wow.
If you're Baltimore, put yourself in Baltimore's shoes, and it costs, let's say, a first-round pick. Would you trade that for Kyle Shanahan?
Now, this is where, of course, I go right to, the Ravens have developed, they probably have the worst recent track record of heartbreaking / bad coach or not bad coach, but unfortunate endings in playoffs of late. Which coach has a history of bad endings who's also fairly quality? He's like they are kind of a match in a very bad way if you think about it.
Yeah.
But take that out of it, and Shanahan's gotten better in that regard of late. Still hasn't won a Super Bowl, I know, but he's gotten better. I consider it because, I mean, Shanahan's still way better than a lot of the other options out there in terms of someone who probably can adapt really well to a quarterback. He's one of those quarterback whisperer types.
This one would never happen, so you'd probably have to go like first and maybe a third. Sean McVay.
Oh, gosh. I don't think McVay would.
No, I don't think he would,
wouldn't.
but would you if you were Baltimore?
He does
throw that offer out there?
Yeah. It's where I'm actually, now that I'm thinking about this, maybe I'm glad the J.J. McCarthy 2025 thing didn't quite work out because I'm not ready to completely give up on him. Side note, his stats later in the year actually are kind of okay. That's been thrown under the rug a little bit, but it's true. But I'm kind of glad that the quarterback whisperer rep on Kevin O'Connell has taken a hit this year a little bit, because if McCarthy had burst out, you think we'd be talking about that too? Think about that. If he had made J.J. McCarthy into, like, clearly the best guy from that quarterback class, well, then you're starting to think, maybe, and I know he just signed a contract, but he'd be in the discussion. Someone who can help any kind of quarterback and getting Lamar Jackson to be optimized, because he hasn't been optimized. That's the problem. There's always something that seems to kind of go a little bit wrong there. As great as he is, of course, you'd want Lamar Jackson on, like, your fantasy team, or if you're an actual GM, you want Lamar Jackson on your team. Would you rather have Jordan Love or Lamar Jackson right now? As you are Packers GM, and you could choose either one, both are free agents. Who do you choose?
Everything's equal. Age-wise, it'd be Jordan.
Of course.
So, I mean, you're kind of looking at that factor.
Yes.
Lamar, both have been banged up. Lamar more so than Jordan, I would say, at this point.
True. But you're still hesitating on this. And Jordan Love, there's
I'd
a lot
probably still go Jordan.
Yeah.
I probably still would, but
that's the point. Like you have a really good quarterback, and you'd consider Lamar. He's that good overall. And yeah, I know there are a lot of reasons to not go because of age and injury and such. So how do you get him to get rid of the inconsistencies to win the Super Bowl? Find that coach. Yep. It's a thing to consider if you're the Ravens. So I don't think it's going to be the next offensive coordinator, the wonder kind. No, I don't think so.
I'm really curious to see where they go, because do they go offensive minded, or do they go back to, like, defense, because you think of the AFC North and the Baltimore defense, Brian Flores, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Flores is the other name to watch with this, and it makes sense.
It does. 3 in. We got one more to go. We'll be back after these news updates. Final hour kicking off right now on this Wednesday morning. In case you forgot, we do have a college football game tomorrow.
I know. This has been kind of a big deal, but then the college football playoff, and now it's like, what? Oh,
yeah,
I remembered that last night. Like, hey, cool. Yeah, that's like in 2 days.
Miami and Ohio State. Or not Ohio State. Yeah, rematch. I'm sorry. Miami and Ole Miss.
Yeah,
Miami and Ole Miss tomorrow night. Again, I feel like they kind of, a little bit under the rug here. Oregon and Indiana, obviously coming up on Friday.
Crazy college football coach Final Four with this. It's incredible.
Yep. So
I'm kind of rooting for Ole Miss at this point, just because it would mess up so much stuff.
I'm rooting for Ole Miss. Not that I know it's the whole SEC thing. I don't want an SEC. I want to stick it to Lane Kiffin.
Yeah,
just because I think that's the funny thing. I don't care about Lane Kiffin, but I think it would be funny.
Look, there is. And I guess it depends on who you follow. And like I follow the Shutdown Fullcast folks. If you don't know what Shutdown Fullcast is, look it up, and you'll see is like Ryan Nanny and Spencer Hall and those folks. There is a lot of comedy, unintentional comedy in college football per se. It's really, you don't have to try too hard, and you can realize that is the funniest sport of all between college and pro. The one where it's just the most eye-rolling stuff across everything. And they've got a really good sense of all of that. The whole Lane Kiffin thing, it's like in any other sport, you'd probably get really angry about it. And of course, there are plenty of college football people who get legitimately angry about any coach or anything. But that also makes college football funny, how serious people take college athletics. Like, really? But between the Instagram inspirational quotes and the hot yoga and going back to that reporter about the thing I can't really say on the radio and all that was hilarious. And then, but now this, we know it's kind of funny. It's entertaining. It's annoying. It's everything. And yeah, so Indiana would be cool to see win a championship because it's different. But again, Ole Miss, just because of the circumstance of you lose your coach, you lose officially your assistants, even though they come back, and then you win a national championship right out of that. I feel like there's a college basketball parallel. Wasn't it in Michigan in 1989? I'm blanking on the names, and I can picture them right now. Like they got rid of their coach, they had a fill-in, and then they went on a run.
Oh, yeah.
The game against Seton Hall.
Yeah. Like Fisher was the coach,
yes,
right? Yeah, Brad Fisher.
It was that circumstance. So that something like that, where the backup comes in, the person who has to fill in comes in, something like that. So I kind of want. I mean, do you have a rooting favorite amongst the?
I want to see Indiana in it. I want to see Indiana, and yeah, Ole Miss just because of the Lane Kiffin thing. That's about it.
Yeah.
For mine, I mean, if it's. Whatever. I mean, Oregon's been there for a while, so I'm kind of like, okay, whatever, something new. I like this because it is something new, and I know it's the U and Miami and that, and I just, prepare networks for a unhinged Michael Irvin this time, just like last time. Okay. We don't know what's going to happen, if he's going to be taking off more than a belt next time, and then doing crazy crap on the sideline.
Anything is possible right now.
Yeah.
Nuts. I think
I'm waiting for him and Ray Lewis now to team up and maybe get a little Ed Reed in there.
Oh,
and
gosh.
Why not bring in Ken Dorsey? We've seen Ken Dorsey go nuts in a booth before, right? So
y'all are going to remind us of why, as a country, we collectively decided we didn't like Miami. There's younger fans, probably, younger than you, don't remember that are probably in the, hey, well, that's cool. They're coming back again. They're the you don't remember that era, and then people who are a little bit older like me that remember like going back to 80s era and
Jimmy Johnson.
Yep. Yeah. That era, the fatigues. You probably saw a lot of us seen the 30 for 30, so you know. They were the most disliked
convicts versus Catholics.
Yes. Oh my gosh, they were a dislikable team. Doesn't mean and they were really, really good too.
Yeah.
I mean, they were the black hat. Okay, sometimes you got those teams that do that. this is not a dislikable Miami team, but you bring back all those guys and with all the attitude they have, and they earned it. Fair enough. But there's going to remind people of like, oh, yeah, that's right.
Yep. Yeah.
Glad you got your comeuppance.
No kidding.
I'm wary that Miami gets to the championship. I think they're the ones that could be boat raced the most. If it's either Indiana or Oregon, and it could be like
they got a good defense, though.
They do. It's just, I don't trust Mario Cristobal. He's going to make some really boneheaded moves, and I think he does just enough of the wrong ones against a really good team. I don't know. I think Ole Miss might be able to pull it off, but realistically, Indiana, Oregon's the likely winner of the national championship.
I will say this, though. Like, Nick Saban called us really early in the process about Miami. He's turning into a really, really, really good broadcaster. Like, Nick Saban, I think it was before the playoffs. Yeah, it was before. He's like, if Miami somehow gets in, he's like, this is going to be a team. And Saban called it. And, of course, every head coach left is from the Nick Saban tree. So, yeah.
There we go. I mean, it works.
Can we just hire Nick Saban to fix college football? Does he need to be the college football czar?
Do that?
Did he? I have no idea.
He was going to appoint him to a committee. Yeah, like Saban. I mean, and Saban's more old school. I get it. How much does he understand? But he seems to have some pretty.
I know he's
ideas.
SEC and stuff, but I mean, Michigan State background.
Yeah, so what? Yeah,
so he's been from both sides.
Yeah, he's not an SEC lifer. The biggest thing is controlling the Wild West thing. I mean, now we have the Washington thing that broke yesterday, and what that means.
You got what?
Which probably involves Lane Kiffin. Let's be real. It could be wrong, but probably Kiffin trying to pull him that Washington quarterback out of his contract. If anyone's listening who doesn't know, just look up what's going on with Washington quarterback contract portal. Google that, and you'll see what I mean.
I really dislike now when we see headlines saying college player and team has come to an agreement, signed a 2-year or signed a deal or something like that. And I'm like, oh, what? Just in a few years, how much this has changed.
It's head spinning.
I remember a day, and I was talking about this yesterday because of the whole Packers, do they pay enough for their coaches? I'm like, I remember talking about that for Badger football, them not paying enough for their assistant coaches, and that was the thing why Brett Bielema left and all that. Now it's like, well, they don't pay their players enough. I'm like, oh my God, I want to go back.
And the thing is, it's fair. Yeah. Like, okay, they probably not that probably they should have been paid all along, given all of the revenue involved. Yes, like the right thing's happening, and it's happening in the wrong way. If that makes any sense. But there's got to be some order to it. It's not to go back the other way. Yes, sure, we could be all halcyon about it and go back to the 70s when it was just playing for the love of the sport. Yeah, with all the deals going on behind the scenes. Come on, it's been corrupt for a long, long time here. Yeah. We just pretended that wasn't happening, unless you were like SMU and got caught.
Yeah,
I know they were the worst of the worst, but still. But like, even Andrew Brandt, I was checking to see what's his take on this, and he's usually like, look, business is business. His take on what's happening in Washington is like, no, this is a step too far. If Andrew Brandt's saying that, he's not like, well, contract, I don't know. I know we had the Wisconsin-Miami situation. It was at Xavier
Lucas?
Yeah. How was that resolved, by the way?
I think they're still going to court.
Yeah, like that was referenced so much like, yeah, well, that didn't, what about there? And like, yeah, but what was the resolution? Like, it's not that you're necessarily going to get the guy back to keep playing there. It's more the principle of it. Like, at what point, unless there's some other policy, at what point does, like, next bad, like, who's the bad, remind me, who's probably going to be the top Badger quarterback next year? The guy that they just brought?
Oh, yeah, they're dual threats.
From Old Dominion?
Yeah, I was going to say Clayton Tune, Colton Joseph.
Might as well be. Is he still eligible?
No, he's got released, so yeah, maybe he can be. So
okay, it's like NCAA basketball now. You can go back to college.
Oh my God, that's another thing too.
But akin to that, are we going to see some player in mid-October that got benched or doesn't quite like the coach just decide, I'm unenrolling now, and I'm leaving Wisconsin, and I'm going to go play for Nebraska next week.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and do it. And suits up for Nebraska midseason. He's a free agent. We don't even have that in the pros. Now, I'm saying something that has not happened. But could you rule it out right now? Some player just decides to switch schools midseason?
Yeah.
And who enforces that? Does the NCAA? I don't know. Like, are we just going to start trading? This is like fantasy?
Right. No, I agree, man. I agree.
Wow. Okay. Yep. College football. Woo.
No kidding. Really quick before we take a break, Mark says, I was at the 87 Fiesta Bowl when Penn State knocked out the Convicts.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that was a classic.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, my gosh.
We got to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more coming up after these quick words. Continue to roll right along here as we approach the bottom of the hour and the final hour on this Wednesday morning. Packers will be back at practice today. They held a walkthrough yesterday. Matt LaFleur chatting a little bit with the media yesterday. Kind of saying that they decided to do a little bit of a walkthrough yesterday because following the medicals and such, and wanted to get a little bit more rest, trying to be as healthy as possible. It sounds like to get into this postseason. So, other stuff from Matt LaFleur yesterday. He says he does expect Zach Tom to play. Hasn't played since Week 15 in Denver. Good news there to get the right tackle back in the swing of things, right? Man. It'd be huge to get him back. So, but the injury report yesterday, again, based off estimations and such, the only one that would not have practice would have been Bo Melton. Josh Jacobs off the injury report. Good news there. You know, Malik Willis, he also said would be available. He expects or anticipates Malik Willis to be available to be Jordan Love's backup coach. So, but going back to why he just had to jog through yesterday, there will be in pads today. He said, just quote, with the number of guys we had playing on a short week, definitely wanted to do more, but followed the medical advice from our staff. Then we'll have 2 really good days. So, yesterday, too, also Packers signing Desmond Ridder to their active roster, off the practice squad to their roster, releasing Clayton Tune. Wouldn't be surprised if Clayton Tune's back on the practice squad and such. But it is kind of like, oh, okay, putting him on the active roster there. Could be a lot about nothing. Honestly, though, and this is more of a future thing, I wouldn't be opposed if Green Bay has Desmond Ridder on the roster next year, and hey, see if he could strike again by rejuvenating his career like they did with Malik Willis. Why not? I'd be good with it. You got a guy who's, starting experience. See if you can work your magic again and develop him as a backup quarterback. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, 3 years in Atlanta. Started 13 games in 2023. I believe he beat Green Bay that year, too. So I'd rather have that than using a day 3 draft pick and asking a rookie to be the primary backup. I mean, we've seen it now where, and I get it, over the years, Packers fans, it's been so rare to see backup quarterbacks get a lot of playing time. Obviously, we never saw it with Favre. Rodgers, we saw it a couple times. Jordan Love, we've already seen it a couple times. Backup quarterback's pretty darn important in today's game. So I would rather see Green Bay kind of bring in a veteran, develop it a little bit more, and not just, remember, because it was like, hey, Graham Harrell's going to be the backup, or, we're just going to throw in an undrafted guy and he's going to be the primary backup because we count on our starting quarterback to be healthy, remain healthy, and we'll never have to use him. I don't think you can operate that way anymore. And I don't think it's smart to operate that way. So I wouldn't be opposed if they bring back Desmond Ridder next year. Try your magic that you did with Malik Willis, because Malik Willis is not going to be back. I'd be shocked if they can bring back Malik Willis. Maybe the market isn't going to be that high for him, but it just takes one team. And maybe it takes a desperate team. And what really works in Malik Willis's favor is the upcoming draft. There are some question marks about the talent, the depth at that group. Malik Willis is going to get a nice little bump in pay. And for his sake, too, good for him, one, because, hey, he's won some games for Green Bay. And he's helped out this team. But I hope he goes into a situation where he succeeds, too. I want him to cash in. I want him to get paid, to get that money. But I hope he goes into a situation, too, where he can be successful for a few years. Not kind of like the Matt Flynn one was, he signs that nice deal with Seattle. They get Russell Wilson in the draft, and Russell Wilson just outplayed him and was the better option there. But so pads today for Packers practice. Probably, another injury report coming out later on today. Something to think about for tomorrow. But kind of start to, or maybe we'll save this for Friday and such, but start to think about, okay, who are maybe some of the unsung players that you feel like, okay, they'd really need to rise up or step up in this game. Like I was talking a little bit last hour about Lucas Van Ness. And I feel like if there is an opportunity here for Lucas Van Ness to just come in and just have himself a fantastic, yesterday we were talking about the guys like a James Stark. Who's going to be the James Stark? And a guy that we're not talking a lot about, and I get it and I understand why, because there really hasn't been a whole lot. But I think that guy on that defensive side could be like a James Stark is Lucas Van Ness. Because you ain't getting nothing out of Rashawn Gary. I don't know if Jeff Hafley and the Matt LaFleur, the Packers coaches, would have the cojones to sit Rashawn Gary or cut his snaps even more for Barron Sorrell and Colin Oliver. I don't know. I would say I'd lean towards I don't think they will. But Lucas Van Ness is going to get reps. And in a season that I think we were all kind of, well, at first, before Micah came here, all right, pivotal season, what has he got? Then Micah comes in. It's like, okay, maybe gets a little bit of a grace period, but you're still excited to see him grow in that. And then the injuries. So we've only seen him for like half a year. But Lucas Van Ness has an opportunity to really kind of go into next year on a high note and gaining some confidence, because next year your starting edges are going to be Micah Parsons, Lucas Van Ness, and your two primary backups are going to be two second-year guys in Barron Sorrell and Colin Oliver. Rashawn's gone. Enoch Barre is going to be gone. I think one team is going to give him a nice pay raise and a full-time starting gig. If Lucas Van Ness can be that dominant pass rusher in this game and throughout the playoffs, if they're lucky enough to win on, man, that'd be such a huge boost to this defense. Be an incredible boost. But who are some of the other players, kind of like those unsung heroes? Right? It's not the Josh Jacobs. It's not the Jordan Loves. We know those guys need to go out there and play at a high level. We know that. But who is that? It's kind of like the Hy-Vee game changer from Tuesday. Who's got to be that game changer? Who's got to be that guy that steps in maybe kind of out of nowhere and it's like, oh, dude made a play. Dude's made some plays. That's what's helped this team win this ball game. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll talk some more keys to victory for Green Bay coming up after these few words. Just a few days away from a kickoff between Packers-Bears for this massive, I mean, it's massive. It's do or die to begin with, but obviously for some trash talk and bragging rights for at least until the next season, right? Because whoever wins this one, you could say, well, at least we went further than you and such, sort of thing. But, when you break it down and you kind of look at it, and we've done some keys to victory. We've highlighted what I think are the top 5 keys to victory each day. We've kind of deep dived into one. Monday it was scored touchdowns instead of settling for field goals. Red zone offense. Yesterday it was the Packers stopping the run against the Chicago Bears, the 3rd best rushing team in all of the National Football League. And today in the first hour, back 3 hours ago, over 3 hours ago in the 6 a.m. hour, my third key to victory was, and you hear every team do this, and when we do our weekly keys to victory for our matchups and such, it's usually always up there for everybody, but it's winning the turnover battle. But this one's unique because you have 2 offenses between the Packers and the Bears that don't give the ball up. They're 2 of the best in the entire league at not giving the ball up. The Bears are the best. 11. They've only given up the ball 11 times. 7 interceptions, 4 fumbles. Green Bay is 3rd best. 7 interceptions, 6 fumbles. So the team between them is Houston at 12. The difference here, though, is you're looking at the defense. And the team that is the best at taking the ball away is the Chicago Bears. Chicago's defense, they'll give up some yards, but they'll take that ball away. They're an opportunistic defense. 33 total takeovers, or 33 total takeaways, leads the NFL. They lead the NFL in interceptions. They're also top 5 in fumbles. Tops in the NFL in turnover differential. 5 over their next closest, which is the Houston Texans at 17. Bears are plus 22. Where's Green Bay? You look at last year for Green Bay, they were one of the best in terms of turnover differential and getting the ball. They were 4th best. Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Green Bay. Green Bay had 31 total takeaways last year. Green Bay was 3rd in interceptions, 17 last year. We know this is a priority for this defense. They talk about it. They prioritize it. They talked about it at length in training camp and preseason. So how is it going this year? Not great. They are tied. If you're looking at total interceptions that this defense has gotten, they're towards the bottom. I was going to say they were tied, but they're not. They're bottom 5, 7. They have gotten 7 interceptions. The only teams worse than them is Dallas, Tennessee, and San Francisco, who have had 6, and the Jets, who I didn't know this was absolutely possible, 0. The Jets had 0 interceptions this year. Total takeaways, Green Bay is towards the bottom of the league, just 14. So they've had 7 interceptions, 7 fumbles. They're plus 1 in a turnover differential. They don't turn the ball over, but they don't get the football on defense. So winning the turnover battle, if Green Bay can somehow in this game, in this game on Saturday night, if they can force a couple turnovers, somehow get a couple turnovers from a team like Chicago who doesn't turn the ball over, they have got to capitalize on that. They have got to turn that thing into points because it is incredibly rare. Numbers show us that it is rare to get a turnover off of Chicago. So you better capitalize on it. And you better score some points off of it, especially if you get a couple of them. You can't have like 2 turnovers against Chicago and come away with 0 points. Points off turnovers. Gotta get that if you can. And on the flip side, you have got to protect the football. You have to. Again, it's an opportunistic defense when it comes to Chicago. You can move the ball on them. You just got to, when you get to that end zone, or that red zone, you got to 1, score. 2, don't turn the ball over. And somehow get your defense to get that ball back for you. All these keys that we've talked about so far are kind of like leading into each other a little bit. You know, they kind of connect. Looking at, just kind of looking at these 2 matchups from the regular season. When you look at turnover, so if we look at the last game, there was 1 turnover, but it was a costly one by Green Bay, right? Near the goal line, the Josh Jacobs fumble. They lost that one. Could say that made the difference. Chicago didn't turn the ball over. You go to the game that Green Bay did win earlier in the season. It was a split because Jordan Love threw a pick and then Caleb Williams threw that last pick at the end. But it was close, right? Jordan Love threw it first. Caleb Williams threw it for the last play. Turnovers could be a huge, huge factor in this thing. And if somehow Green Bay's defense can manufacture some, I hope they take advantage of it, man. I hope they can take advantage of that thing. But they also have to take care of that football too. You know, one player I'm a little excited to see, and I think what really, especially last week not playing, and I mean even going week before didn't log a whole lot. He's off the injury report. But I wonder how good Josh Jacobs, or how fresh Josh Jacobs is going to look in this game. I'm kind of excited to see him, because he's been banged up with that knee. He's been dealing with some things. And that break, that rest that he has had, I'm excited to see if we see a little pep in the step, a little extra hitch in his giddy up. They're going to need Josh Jacobs. I mean, in that first game, Josh Jacobs, 20 carries for 85 yards. Okay? Especially if you want to control the clock, you want to control the time of possession. You're going to need Josh Jacobs to be a part of that, to be a big part of that. Running the football, having success running the football, right? And when you look at it defensively, Chicago, in stopping the run, is towards the bottom. They're a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th worst. They finished the regular season 6th worst. They give up 134.5 yards on the ground. Run that football. And defensively, or pass defensively, they're bottom third, 227.2. Run that football. Have success running the football. Control that clock. But I think the other part in this too is Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur's got to be a little less predictable on when to run the football. You don't always have to run the football on first down. I want to see them coming out and throwing a little bit on first down, to where you're setting yourself up for some manageable situations. I get it. Green Bay was really good at 3rd and long situations, but I don't want to always be in 3rd and long situations. I want to be in 3rd and short and more manageable stuff. I want Green Bay to run the football. I want a balanced attack, but I want it mixed up so it's less predictable at times, because I feel like that is one thing that this offense kind of, especially at the beginning part of the season or halfway through the season, it was like, okay, we know you're running on first, and then you set up and, you're throwing on seconds, and then you're all of a sudden like at a 3rd and 9, 3rd and 8. Let's mix it up. This is the third time these two teams are battling it out, duking it out, facing each other. They know each other fairly well. Matt LaFleur, if you are one of the better offensive play callers in this game, what's something we haven't seen? Matt LaFleur is at his best when you can tell there's a rhythm and he's a step ahead of the opposing defensive coordinator. And then on the flip side, too, Ben Johnson's going to be the same way. What is Jeff Hafley at? How does Jeff Hafley call this defense? Man, this is such a – I get why Vegas odds are like this. I think it's going to be a close game. It's going to be a nerve-wracking game. And we'll break it down throughout the rest of the week here, too. Lots more to hit it up between this game. We got to take a break and start to wrap things up. We'll do some picks. We got Bucks tonight, 9 o'clock late game. Marquette's also in action too, so we'll pick those and more. Final break. We'll be back after these quick words. Time to wrap up this program. Let's do some picks. Let's start off with a little college basketball. We've got Iowa State, number 3 Iowa State, taking on Baylor. I'll go Iowa State with this one. Although I think it's going to be a little close. It's at Baylor, so I think it's going to be a little close. Let's do Arizona State at BYU. Give me BYU. Alabama, number 13 at number 11 Vanderbilt. I'm going to go Alabama. Alabama for this one. How about number 15 Arkansas taking on Ole Miss? I'll go Arkansas. Number 24 SMU taking on Clemson. I'm going to roll with Clemson. And then Marquette, who's 5-10 so far this season. Not off to a great start for Marquette. And they're going to be taking on Xavier. Marquette's favored in this one. I'm going to go Xavier, though. Till I see something different, I'm going to go with the Musketeers. Let's do the NHL quick. Got a few games here. The Stars taking on the Capitals. Give me the Capitals. The Flames taking on the Canadiens. I'm going to go Montreal with this one. St. Louis taking on Chicago. Give me the Blues. Ottawa at Utah. I'm going to go Utah for this one. San Jose taking on the Kings of Los Angeles. I will go with Los Angeles. And then to the NBA. Toronto at Charlotte. I'll go Toronto. Chicago at Detroit. Give me Detroit. Washington, Philly. I'll go with the 76ers. Denver taking on Boston. Denver. Boston's favored by 9.5 in this one. Let me double check. I want to. Yeah, okay, so Joker's not playing. Yeah, I'm going to switch it to Boston. I forgot about the Joker's injury. New Orleans at Atlanta. I'll go with Atlanta. Orlando, Brooklyn. Give me the Magic. Clippers and the Knickerbockers. Give me the Knicks. Suns taking on Memphis. I'll go with Phoenix. Utah and Oklahoma City. Give me Oklahoma City. Lakers, Spurs. I'm going to go Spurs for this one. Houston at Portland. I'm going to go with the Rockets. And then finally, Milwaukee at Golden State. Golden State's favored by 6.5 in this contest. But you know what? I'm going to go with the Bucks. I'll roll with the Bucks in this one. Why not? This is a straight up gut. Not trying to pick favorites or anything like that, but this is a straight up gut pick. And yeah, I'm gonna roll with the Bucks in this one. All right, those are your picks. I was trying to see if there's any more like good rumors surrounding Major League. There's still some dudes out there for Major League Baseball on that, but it's fairly quiet, especially when it comes to, Brewers and that. I did see one that Freddie Peralta continues to draw a wide range of interest, which probably shouldn't surprise anybody. But Ken Rosenthal, Will Salmon from The Athletic said the Dodgers and the Braves are among a list of teams to inquire with the Brewers. That also includes the Yankees, the Mets, and the Red Sox. I mean, names you probably expected or teams that you probably expected. But that's pretty much it after that. So it's And then you got I was just looking at baseball trade rumors to begin with, because it has been so fairly quiet. A name that's kind of like Bo Bichette. Where's he going? Where's Kyle Tucker? Going. Those guys. Is Ketel Marte going to get traded? A little quiet now. And I mean, I'm already getting emails about getting ready for Brewers games and such. So spring training's not that far off. We're talking about next month already? The other thing here too, and this is something that our friend Mr. Berg has mentioned. What about like Pat Murphy's contract status too? maybe it's done, maybe it's not. We don't know. Nothing's been announced or revealed or anything, but I believe he's entering the final year. So that gets into something here. I hope it's not a thing. I wouldn't think it's a thing, but I hope it's not a thing. He has definitely earned, back-to-back Manager of the Year awards. He has absolutely deserved a contract extension. Yeah, first spring training game, if you want to kind of get a countdown on, February 21st. February 21st is the first Brewers spring training game going up against the Guardians. Oh, yeah. So, and we know shortly before that's going to be when pitchers and catchers report too. So, all right. So, got a couple minutes left here. Let's do kind of a preview for tomorrow. So, tomorrow is Thursday, which means enough is enough. What is the narrative? What is the take? What is the sports banter out there where you're just like, enough's enough? Or maybe it's like, you know what, enough's enough. This guy doesn't get enough credit. Hit me up with yours. That's your homework assignment. Also tomorrow, new segment, Takeover Thursday. If you noticed, Wednesday wild card where, listeners can act like the producer and such, making that Thursday Takeover. You have a topic in mind. You have a something that you want to throw out to our armchair MVPs. Please do that. Send it on over. All right, that'll be for our Thursday Takeover coming at you tomorrow. We'll hit up another key to victory for the Packers. We'll see how the injury report looks today. Hopefully, knock on wood, nothing bad happens, right? Well, I don't know if we got any more coach movements, but never say never. The Harbaugh one, that's going to be, I think that throws a wrench into maybe some teams. I would not be surprised if Miami makes a move now. That's the one. I know there was like, so because Schefter said a team that already has a coach called. I think it's Miami. I think it's the Dolphins. That's my guess. Maybe Tampa. Maybe the Buccaneers. I don't know. I know that was kind of being thrown out there, but who the heck knows what's going to happen today when it comes to the NFL and coaching stuff. But if it happens, we'll hit it up coming at you tomorrow. So hopefully we're talking about a Bucs win over the Warriors too. I think this is a huge stretch of games coming up for the Bucs. One that could determine what they do at the trade deadline. Hopefully we get that W. Also tomorrow, we'll catch up with Jake Boakes, DNR Warning. It's been a couple weeks here, so ice fishing season. I know temperatures and the rain kind of warming things up, and the trails for a lot of places have been closing now too. But if you have any questions for our DNR Warden friend, please text those on over to that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. You can send those on over whenever. Earlier the better, so I can get those to Jake. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Same place, same time, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. We'll chat with you all then. I want to tell you something. I want to tell you about something that's truly changed my life. That's River Valley Weight Loss. I've lost 45 pounds, and I honestly, I want to tell you something about that's truly. I want to tell you about something that's truly changed my life. River Valley Weight Loss. I've lost 45 pounds, and honestly, I feel better than I have since my playing days. As a former athlete, that's saying a lot. Like a lot of people, I don't have hours to spend in the gym. Between work, life, and everything that comes with it, working out just isn't realistic for me anymore. But River Valley Weight Loss showed me that you don't need endless workouts to get real results. They gave me a plan that actually fit my schedule, simple, manageable, and effective. And the results speak for themselves. If you're tired of feeling sluggish, tired of failed diets, and ready to feel like yourself again, it's time to make the call. Just give them a call at 534-200-5755 or visit rivervalleyweightloss.com. That's 534-200-5755 or rivervalleyweightloss.com. River Valley Weight Loss. It worked for me, and it can work for you. River Valley Weight Loss has completely changed how I feel. I've lost 45 pounds, and honestly, I feel better than I have since my playing days. As a former athlete, I know what hard work looks like. But with my work and life schedule, I don't have time to live in the gym. River Valley Weight Loss gave me a plan that actually fit my life, and it worked. If you're ready to feel better and finally see real results, make the call today. Call 534-200-5755 or visit rivervalleyweightloss.com. That's 534-200-5755 or rivervalleyweightloss.com. Dr. T is the man, and you want to know why? Dr. T is the man. Dr. T is the man. And you want to know why? It's because you know what, Dr. T? You're the man. You know what, Dr. T? You're the man. What a great coach to have.